Hello and welcome to this day's coverage of the NDP convention on This Is Political. It's great to be live for our third day in a row watching this convention. And today, of course, is the exciting part. We get to see who is going to be the leader of the NDP. Is the NDP going to choose a radical policy agenda to meet this radical moment in political history? Or are they gonna choose compromising into irrelevance in a continuation of the past li number of years of the NDP's way of being? So, of course, the agenda for this morning is that, there's gonna be opening remarks, a speech from Don Davies, who has been the interim leader of the NDP since the election. And I think it's fair to say he's done quite a good job as interim leader. Um, the NDP has certainly started to rebound in polling, has started to make the effort to be identified more with its base issues than it has been, and more with its base way of politically campaigning than it has been under his interim leadership. I think that there were a lot of people who, in the aftermath of the election, expected him to seek the permanent leadership. He's the longest serving current incumbent for the party. He's done a lot of things over the course of that time, his time in parliament. And so it'll be good to hear from him as he prepares to turn over the leadership of the party to this next leader. Current expectations in the leadership, I think it's fair to say, remain that Avi Lewis will likely win handily. However, surprises are always possible. It's important to remember that the Alberta NDP has a significantly large membership, had a significantly large membership going into this race. Naheed Nenshi brought in a lot of members during his leadership race when he became the leader of the Alberta NDP. Those people are all those who have kept up their memberships, likely more leaning towards the centrist way the Alberta NDP has typically operated. Those people all will also have votes in this race. So I think what there's a lot of questions about whether Avi Lewis has been able to sign up enough new members to and get them to actually vote in this race to combat some of that traditional establishment NDP voter bloc that is very heavily lining up behind Heather McPherson. In recent weeks, we've seen endorsements for Heather McPherson from people like Charlie Angus, from people like Nicole Turnell, who's the former interim leader of the party in the aftermath of Jack Layton's death in 2011, 2012. So some key figures within the NDP that count for things if you are within the establishment camp of the party have lined up behind Heather McPherson recently. There are also people who have done the same with Avi Lewis. This is very clearly, I think, at this point, shaping up to be that race between the two of them. However, we can't count out Rob Ashton, who I think it's fair to say has more backing from Labour, organized top Labour officials at least, not necessarily rank and file members, than any of the other candidates. He's been backed by a number of the larger, especially private sector unions, um, and he's been backed by the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, uh, which, as one of the founding organizations of the NDP, also carries a lot of weight within these sorts of leadership questions. So there's all kinds of things like that that have been at play in this race, and today we're finally down to it. We're going to find out, I believe, in under an hour at this point, maybe slightly more, who the next leader, who the new leader of the party is going to be. And then, of course, there will be more policy plenary debate sessions on party resolutions in the aftermath of that leadership. It'll be interesting to see whether those sessions get, first of all, covered in on these kinds of shows where we can watch them. We're watching the CPAC stream here, or whether they'll go specifically to talking just about the new leader. And if we're able to watch those policy sessions, it'll be interesting to see if people in the hall stick around, or if it's really all about just going off and celebrating the new leader's time. So we'll continue to watch here. I'm going to get the stream audio going, and we'll watch as the convention gets started for the day. I'll remind anyone who is new tuning in today to watch this. If you haven't already, please consider liking, subscribing, following the channel, all that good stuff. Share the stream. Let's back independent media, alternative media, leftist media. And then also, if you haven't been here previously and are curious about where I've stood in this leadership race, my rankings on my ballot were Tony McQuail 1, Tennille Johnston 2, Avi Lewis 3, Rob Ashton 4, Heather McPherson 5. I have a video on the channel that outlines all of my reasoning for each of those selections. So if you're at all interested, feel free to do that. I also did put out a video yesterday about some issues related to the genocide in Gaza and the complicity specifically of the Biden administration in that. And then I'll have a video coming out again in the next couple of days, launching a new series that I'm going to be starting on the channel. So that's exciting as well. Subscribe and stick around to the channel if you're interested in that. And with that, let's get going here to listen in on this feed. And I'll provide as much reaction and commentary as is helpful and fun, but also recognizing that when it comes to the significant moments, we all want to hear what is being said as well. So I'm mindful of both of those aspects of what we're doing here. Please, if you'd like to chime in the live chat and share your thoughts on the leadership, share your thoughts on who you think is going to win. I'm curious if anyone thinks we're looking at a first ballot victory, or if they've had to drop off candidates for additional rounds because no one got 50% outright. Personally, I'm not sure if I think that's been likely or not. But we'll find out. I hope we'll find out that as well. I trust that the party will announce per ballot results, even as it announces it all at once. But I guess that remains to be seen as well. So here we go. Let's tune into our CPAC feed.
In provinces, and we've seen some tensions between Western provinces on fuels and the federal NDP. So that will be a challenge. There's clearly dissent within the parties. We've seen it during the leadership race. We saw it with Jagmeet Singh, and this could be a significant problem to manage.
So what signal does the new leader have to send in these coming days, or actually, with their speech?
Well, I really like Carl's point about having the party punch above its weight. I think that for a time, I mean, it must be a really kind of depressing feeling and a really jarring feeling to have gone from being in a relationship with the Liberals where, it wasn't a coalition, it was an agreement of confidence and supply, but the NDP were at the table, big time.
Oops.
to losing party status, losing the all the resources that go along with that. They're not on committees. Like this is terrible. And so I think,
but there also is some hope.
regardless
One
of
of the
that
things I
last
was
result,
talking about yesterday
we are a force to be
is like
reckoned
there's
with on
definitely
the federal
hope
scene.
still
We are not going to. This is not forever.
in
The current system, the
experiencing
current
that,
numbers that we
and
have now,
in
we're going
the
to keep going. We're going
ability
to build
to
something else.
rebuild
I think
in a
being
new
able to get
direction.
people believing that
Kind
is
of
going to be
falling
key
low
to, being able
allows
to go forward and be
regrowth
successful.
into a new direction in a way that if they had sustained but not continued to grow, then they're just forced into a pattern
back in
of
the 90s, had to build
constant
back through all of that. And I think that's something that we've been hearing more and more of, most certainly during this weekend. But I want to pick up on a point that you were making, Carl, about the Western parties, because when you talk about the challenge of keeping the party united, oftentimes being in Ottawa, our focus is on the federal caucus as they represent different interests, different regions.
Right.
But there is also a very big challenge at the provincial level, where you have a Naheed Nenshi talking about changing the name of the provincial party because he sees the name, because of the federal wing, as being a drag on his chances of winning government in Alberta. Similar debates happening in other regions of the West. How, going backwards again, beginning with you, Laurie, how do they tackle that on? Can they really learn from the Western parties, given how different the federal party is from what we see in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba?
I mean, it's not necessarily that they're going to emulate exactly the same messages, because I think the message is going to be specific to what the political circumstances are in the province. So for example, even if something works really well for Nenshi, works really well for Notley, works for Eby, whatever, it doesn't mean that you can take that and put it in the federal context and then it's going to add up.
Exactly.
Not necessarily.
That's true in terms of the
party
provincial parties. That's also true in terms
where they're
of
responding. They're finding a space between that they can do something that has impact.
That's also true in terms of
but I think that in
taking how you can campaign in one kind of riding and changing it
some of the strategies that
because it doesn't necessarily work in other kinds of ridings.
Now that worked really well, right? Like focusing on key ridings that you've got a shot at winning, putting the right candidates in there, like just kind of building like that. They can take messages from that for sure. There's always that kind of grassroots values versus the pragmatism. And do you want to say something where you're playing a space where you might attract more people? That's going to be a very different calculation with Mark Carney as Prime Minister than it was with Trudeau.
Carl? There's one thing I've learned over 20 years in politics is that it's much easier to win when you add people than when you subtract people. Yeah. And that's the challenge here. And it's true for Nenshi and the Alberta NDP, and it's true for other provincial parties as well. Removing yourself from what is a strength of this party, which is some kind of unity, an organizational unity, and a foundation that has been used for some success to win government in a lot of provinces, I think would be a mistake. Now, there is no question that conservative-leaning premiers and some liberals, a leader across the country, will use the federal NDP to hammer the provincial NDP. It's been happening for decades, right? It was happening in the 60s when the CCF merged into the NDP. It was happening, the socialist orders were coming. I mean, you have to live with that. You have to accept that because it won't change. It won't change. And you try to rebrand or distance yourself. The reality is you have to defend the principles you're fighting for. And not
the reality, yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't matter about the brand. It's about the policy.
Yeah, I would say that there are, I think, lessons and also things to build off of. The way that our party works, it means that we do share resources a lot easier between the federal party and the provincial party. And that has happened, for as long, at least, as I worked with the party, be it during election time or during not. A lot of the same organizers on the ground are, working for both the federal party and the provincial party at different times of the year. Now, does that continue under a new leader? I think that's a question. And the importance there of the relationship being built between the federal leader and the provincial leaders, but also their teams. Are their teams talking to each other? Are the elected people talking to each other? When that doesn't happen, then there's a breakdown, and that sharing of resources isn't as easy. So that'll be a challenge and an opportunity for this new leader to make sure that continues, or any of those relationships that are broken, to repair them, or not to, break them further if they are a little bit broken already. I do think, though, that there is an opportunity to learn, particularly from Wab Kinew. And the reason that I say that is Premier Kinew has a great ability to communicate like a real person. without
That's true.
abandoning New Democrat
Rob
values.
Canoe's
Nobody
speech was the best speech of the
is,
convention
saying
so
that
far.
Rob Canoe
It
is,
was
being
brilliant.
a liberal or being
He is a
what's
politician
the
that
word
is
they
a
use,
kind
only
of
doing
once in a
incremental work, right?
generation
People
kind
are
of
saying that Rob
talent.
Canoe is pragmatic while still being progressive because he knows how to talk to people in a way that people understand.
And other than
He uses
his
words that people
tendency to
understand, and he
support
talks about the
Zionism,
reality that people are living every day.
I could see
and talks about
him
how the
really
things that he's
being a
proposing
formidable
helps people
federal
in their everyday
leader
lives. So I think
eventually as
there's
well.
a massive lesson to learn from his communication style, and to remind New Democrats that, we often like to talk about, these big, bold policies, but if you're not telling people how you're helping them today, how you're helping them in the next few weeks and the next few months, it doesn't matter how bold your policy is if people don't see the impact on their everyday lives. So I would say that that's, a reminder to us that the communication style and the way that Rob Canoe is connecting with people in Manitoba is a great lesson for us to learn federally, and something that could work, countrywide.
Justement là-dessus, Mélanie, parlons du message de l'offre du NPD parce qu'on le sait.
Let's talk about what the NDP has to offer and the message coming, or the narrative coming from the NDP for voters.
You can't talk about that until you know who's going to be the leader, because they all actually have quite differences in terms of
to seek voters, including amongst conservative
like the
voters.
media framing
And
is
there are
that the
several
NDP is
issues
going to be
which
the
can be a
same
good
after
support,
this
or a good
leadership race
springboard for
as it
doing
is
so.
before.
So,
and that's a
what are
problem for the NDP.
The best opportunities to go and perhaps try and poach
The NDP needs to be able to come out and redefine
they should
itself.
Take into account or take advantage of the opportunity to talk about the cost of living, to also focus on Pierre Poilievre. And when they talk about investing in our industry, all too often, when it comes from Pierre Poilievre or conservative people, it's not meant for workers, and it has no resonance with the workers. So there is a way of talking about the economy to workers in a manner that would benefit the NDP. Unfortunately, we have to suspend now and for the time being, and let's go back to the proceedings of the convention.
The Yellow Dog Tavern.
There it is.
Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour une bonne journée? Ready for a great day together?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, teleprompter's woken up, and hello again, delegates. Welcome to our final day of convention.
So wait, the
2026.
teleprompter wasn't working, so you just let it be completely silent instead of filling the space?
Well, I've really enjoyed myself.
Okay,
It's been
sure.
such an honor for our team to host you here in our hometown. How about you, Maxime?
Oui, absolument. On a passé une
The convention is
merveilleuse-
just getting
Yes,
started here,
excellent weekend, and it's been a real
we'll
pleasure
tune
to
in
meet
live for
everybody
the
and to
entire
be
day
able
of it.
to host you here.
The
and also to
first
work with
order
you,
of business for
dear
today
Thanks, Maxime.
is
It's been
leadership.
an absolute
It's the
pleasure. I can't
speech
believe
from
we're
Don
already at the
Davies,
last
who is the
day.
interim leader,
We'll get today
and
started
then
without
the
further
announcement
ado with our
of the new
first
leader.
two speakers. Nicole Turmel fought for.
Oh, okay. Nicole Turmel
Turmel
first. Nicole Turmel was the interim leader
fought for working
after
class Canadians as
Jack
a
Layton
prominent
died.
leader of the labor movement prior to entering federal politics. She became the first woman to lead the Public Service Alliance of Canada. She was also interim leader of the NDP when Jack Layton stepped down, and led a historic team of MPs in achieving landmark victories for our country.
No, she didn't. It was a Harper
Nous avons aussi
majority.
Marc-
There was no
We also have
victory
Mark
during that
Hancock
time,
here,
but
who
sure.
was the 6th national president of COUP in November 2015, a proud member of the New Democratic Party. He is convinced that the party, the CUPE, the CUP, and the labor movement have a vital role to play in holding the government accountable, defending workers' rights, and building a fairer and more inclusive economy for everyone. Please.
Once again, we're in Canada.
Let's
When my
all
camera goes off,
welcome
interpret that
Nicole
as you
Turmel
will.
and Mark
And the
Hancock to the
sounds you hear.
stage. Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to see you all here today for this historic moment for our party. It really
I
is an
always
important
really
moment
liked
for us.
Nicole Turmel.
Today
when
we're
I
going
was
to
involved
announce
heavily in
the
the party and
new NDP
would run into her at
leader.
meetings and conventions and things like that.
I would really like to send a huge thanks and a special thanks to Don Davies for everything he's done.
We talked a little
having
bit about
agreed
Don
to
Davies
serve
before
as
the
interim
convention went
leader
going here.
over the last
My thoughts
little
on
while. I know what this means to be in this position, as I have also served as interim leader
with a much bigger caucus
back in 2011. It's a big responsibility. And we faced unpredictable and difficult circumstances. Don has taken on this role with tenacity and also a little touch of humor. And for everybody who remembers his speech in front of at the press gallery dinner, he did a fantastic job. So a big bravo to you. We would like to thank you once again for your leadership. Thank you. We really needed you, and we still need you.
Applause for Don Davies. He did a good job as leader.
I want to take a moment to recognize somebody who stepped up in a major way for our party over the last year. Our friend Don Davies. After some tough and discouraging election results, Don stepped up and led our party. I don't think anybody could accuse him of doing it for the glory, but Don put his hand up, and for the past year, he's been a steady hand and a principled leader for New Democrats at a time that was deeply needed. That kind of commitment says a lot about a person. It speaks to Don's courage, his integrity, and to his deep belief in the dignity of working people and working families all across this country.
Absolutely true.
When CUPE members at Air Canada were getting bullied by a multi-billion-dollar company and their own government last summer, Don was there walking the picket line at Vancouver Airport. He was rallying workers and showing what real solidarity looks like with working people. Unlike Mr. Dress Up over in the Conservative Party, who's never been to a picket line in his whole life. Don also reminded us that even in hard times, we all need a good laugh every now and then. His speech at the Parliamentary Press Gallery reminded us that he isn't just thoughtful and determined, he's pretty damn funny too. More than anything, Don helped carry our party through a difficult moment with dignity and with resolve. He kept our party focused on what matters the most. We all know that there's a lot of work ahead, but I also know that Don will continue to play an important role in that work, alongside our new leader and continuing to represent the great people of Vancouver Kingsway with the same dedication that he's always shown. So my friends, on behalf of the labor movement and on behalf of so many people who have appreciated your leadership and your tireless efforts over the past year, Don, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts.
The choice for Nicole Turmel and Mark Hancock
last April is a polls
to be the people introducing Don Davies here
and in the weeks that follow
is
Don,
really significant.
Not for recognition,
Nicole Turmel makes a ton of sense.
not
She's
for credit, but because you care deeply
the
about
other
this
person
party
to
and
have
the people
served
it
ever
represents.
as NDP interim leader. I don't know
For
that they've
decades,
had
you've been a
another
heart and
interim
soul New
leadership
Democrat,
before.
and over this past year, you've reminded us what that truly means: steady,
But
principled leadership. A clear voice when the path ahead wasn't certain. And
Having a union leader stand beside her, not her and a current member of
he carries
Congress,
that responsibility with humility, with integrity, and with real
is
resolve.
very meaningful. It's
Because
very
of you, we're moving
significant.
forward with clarity and
It
purpose,
says a
even
lot
as we begin the
about
hard work of renewal in the years ahead. And
it
as we look to what
says a
comes
lot
next,
about
we do so
the
standing on the
NDP
foundation we
really
helped build
trying to
together.
work hard to fundamentally put Labour
Don,
back at
thank
its
you for your
center.
leadership, your
And I
care,
think that that's
and for
something that
everything
Don
you've given
Davies
to
has
this
been
movement.
really meaningfully trying to do, both from a meaningful policy standpoint and also just from a visual communications standpoint. And so I think that having that be done there is really meaningful. It's really important. I'm really glad that they chose to have him speak at this point before the new leader is announced, while he is still technically the leader of the party. That's really good. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, that I think he has done as good a job as the interim leader as it was possible to do given the circumstances. I think there's a lot of credit that is owed to Don Davies. I think that he will be looked at in the future as a really meaningful figure in the NDP arc of this period. He has been one of the more traditionally progressive voices in the party, more pro-labor.
Dear sisters, brothers, mes amis,
he was a part of
merci
that.
pour
Thank
So
you for
here's his speech.
hosting us warmly here in Winnipeg.
a very kind introduction. Thank you, Winnipeggers, for your hospitality, and especially all the workers in the convention center, in the hotels,
Immediately
in the
pointing to
restaurants,
labor.
whose
Exactly.
labor made it possible for us to
I
assemble
think that that's a
this
really
week.
significant
Let's
thing
hear
as
it
well.
for them.
If you don't know, there's so much work that goes on into these conventions. When you're attending one, I've been to a number of them, and you see workers everywhere. They're doing
And I'd like to
everything.
thank
It's so
each one of
incredibly
you
important.
for taking the time to be here, making this one of the biggest and most memorable conventions in decades, especially you young New Democrats. It's been so fabulous to gather together with all of you here in Manitoba, a cradle of progressive politics, courageous activism, and class struggle. The province that gave Canada Louis Riel, Stanley Knowles, and the Winnipeg General Strike.
Yes.
And now, the place that's produced Wab Kinew, Leah Gazan, Amanda Laughlin, and so many powerful, inspiring community leaders.
Yes.
Speaking of Wab Kinew, let's give it up for one incredibly impressive premier and NDP government.
Absolutely. There's a lot of good there. There's a lot of stuff that I would like to be even more radical, but I also, I'm not Wab Kinew.
You know, people across Canada are watching what you're doing to make life better for working people and their families. They're seeing that it's possible to elect a government that acts on their priorities. Things like rebuilding healthcare, tackling the cost of living crisis, and creating safer communities, and serving with common sense and integrity. Nouveau Démocrate du Manitoba.
New Democrats in Manitoba, you're a source of inspiration for all of us.
Inspiration to us all. Now, before I go further, there is a little something I'd like to clear up arising from my speech at the press gallery dinner. I erroneously said when Prime Minister Carney played hockey that he was a goalie. I was mistaken. He's clearly a right-winger.
That's nicely done in a very Don Davies-esque way. It's true. He is very right-wing. Mark Carney is very obviously conservative, has conservative
For the
instincts.
rest of my act, you'll have to catch it at Yuck Yucks next week in Vancouver. My friends, this is an exciting, historic moment in our party's journey. We truly stand at the dawn of a new era. We have before us that rare opportunity in politics to reimagine what a strong, bold, national progressive party can be.
This is what I was talking about in terms of kind of there's actually some opportunity to in the ability to grow it in a new direction.
The ballot box. And we've been here before. In 1961, when we created our party, we established a Canadian institution, one that's produced groundbreaking achievements that now define us as a country. We envisioned, pioneered, and compelled nation-building programs like universal public health care, employment insurance, the Canada Pension Plan, old age security, and family allowances.
Yep, all credit to the NDP for all of those things.
But my
and
friends,
the
New
CCF
Democrats
before
don't
them.
rest on our laurels. More recently, through the passion and perseverance of our activists, allies, and MPs, many of whom are in this room with us today, we delivered dental care for 9 million low-income folks, free diabetes and contraceptive medications delivered through our universal public system, the first national school nutrition program in our history, and an anti-scab law.
And Don Davies has been a lot better at claiming credit for those things than Jagmeet Singh was. Was another point in his favor.
And you know, these accomplishments created from our shared values as New Democrats now bind us together as Canadians, more important than ever as we face threats to our sovereignty from south of the border. You know, Liberals currently are talking a lot about nation building. New Democrats have been building our nation for over half a century, and we're going to keep doing that. And after 1993, when we were reduced to 9 seats in Parliament, what happened? Well, from 2000 onward, we grew to 13 MPs, then 19, then 29, then 37, and then 103 seats in 2011, forming the first New Democrat official opposition in the history of Canada.
The NDP has rebuilt itself before, and the media tends to forget
And I'm
that.
here to tell you that we're going to start that trajectory again, right here, right now, and we won't stop until we form Canada's first federal New Democrat government.
Ambition is important in politics. Don Davies knows what he's doing here.
NDP.
He knows what he's doing.
My friends, there's a reason for our permanence, our resiliency. We're here to stay because our party was born out of the struggles of working people, those who organized, resisted, and demanded better. They knew then, as we know now, that building a fairer society means working together for bold solutions to the challenges facing folks every day in our cities, towns, and rural communities. Nous sommes là.
We're here to stay because our party was born of these struggles and people who organized together to resist and to ask and demand better conditions. They knew, as we know today, that building a fairer society would be vehicled through finding better solutions finding bold solutions, and to face down the struggles that inhabitants of our rural communities, our cities, and our villages in Canada face every day.
Real today as they've ever been. Half of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck. 1 in 4 parents cuts back on their own food so their kids have enough to eat. 80% of people under 30 don't believe they'll ever own their own home, and this in a G7 country. At the same time, Mark Carney's Liberals are proving unable to meet this moment with the action we need. In fact, it's now clear that we have 2 Conservative parties in the House of Commons.
Yes. Yes. And it's so important to be making this point.
You know,
we
every
need to
day
not be
Liberals
attacking the
demonstrate
Conservatives
that they're
as the
not
only
what Canadians
Conservative
thought
party.
they were voting for last election.
Yeah. The
Elbows
Liberals are a
up
Conservative
have
party
turned
at
into
this point.
concessions and subservience, slashing public services, cutting taxes for the rich, reversing environmental protections, attacking labor rights, policies that have been ripped straight out of Pierre Poilievre's playbook. And noble pledges for principled foreign policy have switched to support for imperialism, colonialism, and violence.
Yes.
Albeit sometimes with regret.
Yeah.
Now the contrasts between our
The new
opponents and
leader
Democrats
needs to look
are
to Don
crystal
Davies
clear.
in terms of how
We
to
advance
clearly
policies
message and how
that
to
support
clearly
people
talk
and
about a lot
strengthen
of this stuff.
communities.
He is so
we
good.
champion social, economic, and environmental justice. We're the only party in Parliament who fights for things like affordable housing, free education, and respect for Indigenous rights. We stand alone against inequality, hypocrisy, and greed, and we stand up for international law, diplomacy, and peace. Only New Democrats had the guts to call out the genocide in Gaza, the cruel blockade of Cuba, and the illegal invasion of Iran.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
My friends, the NDP is needed in this country today more than we've ever been. After all, a bird cannot fly without a left wing.
Sure.
With your indulgence, I'd like to share a few thoughts about the future direction of our party. As we all know, the NDP was formed by Labour, for Labour, and that is the fundamental difference between us and the 2 old guard parties.
This is what we've talked about, that Don Davies has really tried to recenter the NDP around Labour, and
Now,
it
while
shows
Liberals and
in this
Conservatives
convention.
are only too happy to take workers' votes, their main objective is to advance the interests of the wealthy, the privileged, and the powerful. They betray workers' hopes by promising policies they never deliver, creating cynicism and alienation from the democratic process. Worse, they divide workers, scapegoating and spreading social discord. So that's why the priority we established last May to reconnect with our labor roots, to meet workers where they're at, to listen to them, learn their priorities, honor their aspirations, and advance policies that reflect their lived experiences is critical to the resurgence of our party and the future of our country. And when I say workers, we must make this as inclusive as the Canada of today truly is.
Yes.
Whatever your race, gender, origin, orientation, religion, whether you build, serve, drive, fix, teach, care, create, or hustle for a living, our party must be there for you.
He's doing a good job at putting that together. He certainly is. He's been a good interim leader in
As
that
Premier
sense.
Canoe so powerfully stated, we must commit to one overriding goal: to win government in Canada. Comme l'a si bien dit le Premier ministre Canoe,
we need to commit to meeting this major goal of creating a government in Canada.
because the people we represent,
Yeah.
those who need our help,
We need
the
a left-wing
voiceless,
government.
the forgotten, the abused,
And the
those
only
who
way to
work
do
hard
that
for a
is
living
through
but
coalition
never get
cooperation with other
are
left-wing
counting on
movements.
us to win.
And the NDP needs to be forced into accepting that. It's why I rank Tony
hard
McQuail
truth
first.
Is that if we don't win, we're leaving the decision-making over their lives to those who couldn't care less and actively work against their interests. And my friends, there is no contradiction between pursuing power and ethical governance. We can craft a pragmatic and principled offer that not only wins the support of the majority of Canadians, but makes us proud as social democrats and democratic socialists.
It's been a long time
And the
since
most
I've heard the
important
leader of the
message that I can
NDP
think
talk
of,
about socialism in
unity.
a positive way, actually.
My friends, I took the helm of this party at a challenging time, but we got through it because we came together. We spoke with each other. We listened to one another. We debated. We compromised. And ultimately, we are growing together. And we got to work. And because of this, in 10 months, we grew our party to over 100,000 members.
That's
set
impressive.
a record for the most money ever raised in a leadership race, and have 2,000 people coming here to Winnipeg to start that rebuilding party.
It's impressive. It is very impressive as a feature for the party at this point. They need to be able to sustain it, but I agree, Selena. I think that he could be a very decent potential actual leader.
NDP.
I think that there's argument that he might have been able to bridge some of the gaps that have emerged in this leadership race.
I can be
And I hope that whoever
and I can
is,
steer here, Rob Ashton.
I think that whoever ends up winning needs to look
Sisters and
to
brothers,
how
as many
he
of you
has
know,
led
I come from the labor movement, a proud
the party.
Teamster. I had a Jimmy Hoffa joke, but they told me I couldn't say it. So, and the most profound value the labor
Say
movement
it.
teaches us
I wish you would
is
have said it.
solidarity. That is the fundamental notion. When we act together, that we are most successful when we move as one. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't have passionate disagreements. Unity does not mean uniformity. We must have vigorous debates and never shy from exploring new ideas. After all, we are the party of change.
Radical change.
Après tout, nous sommes le parti.
We are the party of change.
Do not take the world as it is. We fight for the world as it should be.
That fundamentally, for me, it is what it's about. It's not about accepting what it is. It's
I
about
want to quote
trying
one of the
to
greatest labor
change
leaders
it.
Canada ever produced, and a lifelong New Democrat, the late United Steelworkers President, Leo Gerard. He said, "If we fight, I can't guarantee that we will win. But if we don't fight, I guarantee you that we will lose." My sisters and brothers and friends, our party has fought for 65 years, longer than that, if we include the CCF and others who birthed our movement. We stand on the shoulders of giants, from J.S. Woodsworth to Tommy Douglas, from Agnes MacPhail to Rosemary Brown, from Alexa McDonough to Jack Layton. As they did, we fight when it's hard, when no one else is standing up for what is fair and right. We fight for the principles of justice, equality, and peace when every other party sells their soul for expediency and profit.
Yeah.
We fight because we know that a better world is not only possible, it is necessary.
It is. We need a better world. The world is so...
But as the labor movement teaches us to fight successfully and implement the change we all seek, we must work together.
Yes.
That's why I know we will come out of this convention united. That's why
we need a
we will
leftist
rally
coalition
behind our next leader. Because when our party is successful, those we represent who count on us will benefit from our solidarity and efforts.
No.
My friends, my time as interim leader is coming to an end. It has been the honor of my life to have been afforded the privilege of representing New Democrats across Canada for the last year. Ce fut pour moi
He's done a good job.
For me, it was an immense privilege to represent New Democrats throughout all of Canada in the last year.
All right, throw your predictions in the chat. Who's winning the leadership?
Every day by the energy, generosity, and optimism shown by so many members across our great country. And for all of you who gave me advice, so much advice. Thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for your work to sustain our great project. But there are a few people that I'd like to thank specifically. My staff and all the staff and volunteers on the Hill, in our constituency offices, and in our party, who pulled together with few resources, but incredible dedication and spirit.
There's credit due there. There's also a lot of blame still to go around, because so many of them are from still the core group that led us to this place.
Our sisters and brothers in the labor movement, especially the Canadian Labour Congress, who backed us up when the chips were down. My caucus colleagues, Alexandre, Jenny, Gord, Leah, and Heather, who bravely came together to carry our flag when the challenges were formidable. We've not had one leader, we've had 6.
Shame on Laurie Idlout. Let's just call that out. Crossing to the Conservative Liberals.
And to each of the leadership candidates and your teams, you've given your energy, ideas, and commitment to provide our members with a democratic choice, and you've done so with collegiality and grace. Tony, thank you for your gentle idealism, reminding us of our core values of kindness and the need to live in harmony with all on this planet we share.
That's a great message about Tony's campaign, and I am so proud to have voted for Tony in this race.
Tennille, thank you for your bright optimism, your deep and passionate sense of caring for one another, of equity, justice, and reconciliation. Rob, thank you for demonstrating the inherent dignity of our blue-collar heritage and urging us to ground our future on the needs of workers and their families.
I wonder if Don Davies voted for Rob. I would not be surprised.
Avi, thank you for reminding us that bold, unapologetic, big thinking is the essence of our progress, and for rejuvenating our ambition to practice it.
I hope Avi wins today. I really do. I really do. I would love for Tony or Tennille to win. It's why I rank them above
demonstrating
him.
that inclusion
But
is
of the
critical
three
to
front
our growth.
runners, I hope Avi
Our
wins
values
today.
connect us, and setting a bigger table must be the goal of all New Democrats. I want everybody to sit down and just have the 5 candidates stand up for a minute. Let's just give one rousing round of applause to these fabulous people.
I think ultimately all 5 of these candidates, I've said positives and negatives about them throughout this race, but I think all 5 of them do deserve a lot of credit. And there
Most
are things
importantly
about
of all,
all
to
of them
my
that I
family,
do like.
without whose love, support, and sacrifice, I couldn't have lasted one day in this position. And especially to my wife, my everything, who gave me the best political advice I've ever received. Before I post, always ask myself, what would Cheryl do?
That's charming.
My friends, I want to conclude by asking you to join me for your commitments as we emerge from this historic convention. Travailler ensemble. Will you work together? Bâtir ensemble.
Build together.
Lutter ensemble.
Fighting together.
Together. S'unir. Will
Unite together.
Et gagner. Will you join?
Win.
And create the Canada of our dreams. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. And
thank you very much.
Big drums are drumming. Heading up the long parade. Big change is coming. Coming right through your gate. Big guitar strumming. The singer said, don't be late. Big change is coming. Could be bad, and it could be great. Big change is coming.
Who do we think is going to win, guys? What's your prediction? Throw them in the chat. I hope that they reveal the ballot, the votes per ballot, and not just announce the winner. I think it's important to know the process as well, because that will signal things to each of the candidates and the winner.
Bonjour, Neo-Democrats. Hello, New Democrats.
Hello, New Democrats.
My name is Eric Aberdilly, and I'm the Chief Electoral Officer for the NDP leadership race. 8 months ago, the Federal Council of the NDP put together a set of rules and asked me to serve in the role of CEO. I have to tell you that it was an incredible honor to serve the party in this way, and I'm really grateful for the trust that you placed in me. I must also thank Ali Chatur, who ably supported me throughout this campaign. I couldn't have done it without him. Notre mouvement depuis sa fondation.
Our movement, since its inception, has always
I knew
explained
Ali
clearly the
Chatur in my
importance
days
of
involved
renewing
in the
our
party.
democracy. During this campaign, I noticed with a lot of joy the enthusiasm and the energy that the NDP members showed. And after difficult results during the last election, your passion throughout this campaign was a source of inspiration. Thank you. Thank you.
Leadership contestants have really shown the heart and soul of our movement throughout this campaign. I've seen a lot of leadership campaigns in my time. And the characteristic that really defined this campaign for me is the respect and the care that each one showed to one another throughout this race from day one until the end. And I think that they are a beacon of hope in a very weary world. So thank you for that work. I really can't wait to see the energy put onto the streets that I see in this convention and throughout this campaign in every electoral district of this country. So,
yeah, that's the thing, Selena, is they're great
here are the results
constituency MPs tend to be. Okay, here we go. They are doing round by round.
Here are the results of the first round of balloting.
Its cast was 70,934 votes.
That's a lot of votes.
Le nombre de votes total.
The total number of cast ballots was 70,934.
Il y a eu 4 votes.
There were 4 spoiled ballots.
Valid votes cast of 70,930.
Only 4 spoiled ballots is wild.
The number of valid votes amounted to
70,930.
The number of required votes to be elected as leader was 35,466.
35,466 votes.
Okay.
And now for the results. Tony McQuail, 945 votes.
Okay.
945 votes.
What? 945
All right, Team Tony.
Rob Ashton, 4,180.
4,193 votes.
Okay, Rob Ashton got 4,193.
Neil Johnston, 5,159
Neil
votes.
beat Rob Ashton. Wow.
59 votes.
Wow, that is incredible.
5,159 votes.
20,899 votes.
20,899 votes.
Avi Lewis, 39,734
First ballot
votes.
victory for Avi Lewis.
39,734
Congratulations, Avi Lewis, the leader of Canada's NDP.
39,734 votes.
Leader of Canada's NDP, le nouveau chef du NPD, Avi Lewis.
The new leader of the NDP, Avi Lewis.
All right. That's a massive victory for Avi Lewis. That is absolutely, I think, bigger than what anyone would have anticipated when this race started. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the worker vote probably lined up behind him and not Rob Ashton. And I mean, we'll know more as the days go, I'm sure, as to exactly how this all happened. But what a phenomenal, massive result from Avi Lewis, now the leader of Canada's NDP.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
More than 50 years
Thanks,
since his
everyone.
grandfather was the leader. And now
Folks,
the
this is a
second
tremendous
Lewis
result.
leadership.
But even more important than the results of this leadership vote is the unity in our party. To that end, in my first act as leader, I want to invite our heroic caucus, my wonderful fellow candidates, and the labor leaders representing millions of workers who are the heart, soul, past, and future of our party to all join me on stage. There may even be a premier in the house.
This is a good sign of unity. To Neil Johnston coming third is a massive, absolutely massive result for her and speaks volumes about her future in the party. We have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge her beating that expectation game in a really incredible way. NDP, NDP. And here's the caucus members. It's too bad they couldn't have had this prearranged, but you also understand that this was, you know, they didn't know necessarily he was going to win. And I mean, we all knew he was going to win, but and here are labor leadership. I see Naomi Klein there, of course, his wife and best-selling author and philosopher, thinker, all-around incredible woman. Having her within the party leadership structure in that kind of way will also be a large public endorsement for the party and support for the party. Looks like there's lots of people trying to get up on stage suddenly. If you're just joining us, Avi Lewis has just secured a first ballot victory to become the leader of Canada's NDP. More than 50 years returning the leadership to the Lewis family from his
campaign manager Savannah Wilson,
grandfather, who was the leader in the
by an extraordinary group
1970s.
of young people who have changed this convention. These young folks changed this party and will go on to change politics in Canada. Come on, everybody, get on stage. Savannah, Naomi.
He just wants a party. He also wants a crowd behind him for his speech, so it's big and loud and energetic and really presenting that imagery to the country.
If it isn't already obvious, we are building a new foundation for our party, and we are ready to come roaring back on the Canadian political stage. After 7 months of campaigning across this country and speaking to thousands upon thousands of Canadians, here's one thing I know for sure, and I want to say it out loud. Canada, mark your calendar. The NDP comeback starts now. Et au Québec aussi,
in Quebec as well, please mark this date in your calendar. The NDP comeback starts now.
in the lineup featured in this race, 4 other candidates, deep New Democrats, making a unique and powerful contribution. Neil, you're a sensation and a rising star. You've redefined what politics in our party can look like: funny, honest, and rooted in Indigenous ways. Tony, you've made sure that we never forget the importance of changing our undemocratic first-past-the-post system. Thank you for that. Rob, my brother, you are the real deal.
Tony did a
And
lot
I
more
can't
than
wait
that.
to see you walk into Parliament in your work boots. Workers will always be at the heart of the NDP, the one and only original Workers' Party.
I like that that's immediately
And Heather,
saying he wants Rob to
You
run.
know how to win. You help others win, and you get things done in Ottawa. Yeah. Your leadership in the House of Commons, denouncing the genocide in Gaza, has been profoundly important to us all.
Yes, absolutely.
The NDP family is bursting with talent. Premier Canoe, you're just a natural-born political powerhouse, and wow, are we lucky to be doing this in Manitoba. Thank you for providing such a welcoming home to all of us at this convention. And on a personal note, Wob, our family's friendship spanning 2 generations means the world to me. Of course, I look forward to connecting with Premier Eby when I'm back in BC and continuing a conversation with other provincial leaders, the premiers in waiting across the country. Elsewhere in Canada, this party is united in our commitment to working people. And no, we will not always agree on every single issue. But here's the thing. Our debates are another sign that our party is back and our tent is growing. It's big enough to hold some differences of opinion within it. The NDP comeback has arrived just in time. Our party has never been more needed. Friends, Canadians are living on the edge. We're under economic attack from the US, while Donald Trump stomps around the globe, grabbing foreign leaders and oil fields and starting wars. He has no idea how to stop. And at the kitchen table in Canada, there's an even bigger crisis: the everyday emergency of just trying to get by in an impossible economy. Whether you're on a single salary, hustling with multiple gig jobs, or taking care of loved ones, working hard no longer earns you a living.
Look, I know every politician says, yeah, it is a shame. And I know every politician says they feel your pain and they claim to be outraged by the sky-high price of everything. But what they won't talk about is why. An economy that's rigged for the rich, leaving the vast majority of us behind.
Yes.
Écoutez.
Please listen. I know that all politicians pretend that they understand your disarray and say that they're outraged by those exorbitant prices, but they will never tell you the reason why, which is an economy that is rigged for the wealthy and that abandons the vast majority of us.
Really want
Call it
to
out.
talk about is who. A tiny group of billionaires that control every part of our economy, enabled by their friends among both liberals and conservatives. They'll blame Trump. They'll blame immigrants. They'll blame indigenous land rights. They'll blame anyone but the CEOs, the corner office class to whom they feel accountable. Only the NDP will tell the truth. The cost of living emergency is driven by the extreme wealth and power in the hands of the 1%.
Six huge banks who have astronomical profits, 50 fossil fuel companies who are enjoying a super wave of huge profits thanks to this illegal war.
And price gouge and gorge on profits. They fixed the price of bread for 15 years, for heaven's sake. 3 telecoms corporations with mobile data rates that can cost 1,000 times what people pay in Finland, and the worst customer service on earth. Seriously, you can watch your best years drain away as you wait on hold just to make some small change to your cell phone plan. And let's not forget the tech oligarchs and their global digital empires, spying on us from every device, jamming generative AI into every platform.
Yeah.
This is more than a rigged economy. It's a war on working people.
Yes. Yes. Call it what it is. Call it out.
And it's why you're in shock at the grocery checkout, in tears looking at your bills at the end of the month. It's because the wealth of this country is being hoovered up by a corporate elite who are extracting it from you every single day. It's immoral, it's unreasonable, it's un-Canadian, and we cannot let it stand.
100%.
Friends, we are also at a crossroads in our history, in our world, with what remains of the international order being torn to shreds by Donald Trump.
If they're going to war against us, we need
intense
to go to war
uncertainty,
against the
our
ruling
country
class.
needs a vision to guide the path we take, one that makes us safer and more secure, one shaped by values shared by most Canadians: fairness, compassion, equality, international solidarity, and love for the natural world.
In this period of uncertainty, we deserve a vision that will highlight the way to undertake, a vision that will be shaped by the values of French speakers and Quebecois: equity, compassion, equality, international solidarity, and a love for the natural world.
Not where we're headed now. The Prime Minister is very popular at the moment. He's a smart guy, and most Canadians still want to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's fair. But I think when you connect the dots, his moves do not add up to the vision that Canadians truly want and deserve in this perilous moment.
I agree.
$500 billion in a decade for weapons to make Canada a major arms exporter in a war-torn world. Slashing our cherished public services, sweeping aside Indigenous rights, full steam ahead, no regulations on AI,
shame,
and pipelines.
Shame.
In the last federal election, Canadians voted to say no to Trump and Trumpism.
Yes.
What they're getting instead is our government following the US into a future of wars, fossil fuels, austerity, and job-killing generative AI.
100%.
Our NDP has a different offer for this country. Our plan is to Trump-proof the economy by investing massively in Canadian economic independence, using the unmatched power of public ownership to ensure the fundamentals of a good life. A network of public providers for food, phones, and internet.
Yes.
A public housing developer and public construction companies to build millions of non-market homes.
Yes.
A 21st century electrical grid, an EV bus revolution, and a heat pump in every home, built with Canadian steel, creating tens of thousands of unionized jobs.
Yes. Socialism, in short.
Investing in the care economy as true nation building. The education, healthcare, elder care, and childcare that holds our social fabric together.
Yeah.
And finishing Tommy's dream. Eyes, teeth, mental health, medicine. They are all part of your health. They have to all be part of our universal public health care system.
Yes.
NDP, NDP.
I'm genuinely getting emotional listening to a leader of the NDP describe socialism as something that we can actually fight for
to feel
and
more
not
secure,
have to
then we have to invest in our security.
apologize
And
for.
we can. Je veux m'adresser
Now I would like to speak to Quebec's people directly, and maybe my French is not perfect, not quite there, but I want to tell you the story of the struggles in Quebec is well recognized and understood within our party. Quebecers are hungry for real progressive solutions. They want boldness, audacity, public options for cell phones, for food, for housing. They don't want dirty pipelines, not here, not anywhere else.
Yeah.
And they want solidarity rather than blaming the more vulnerable. I want this NDP to be your home. We will build this movement together and come back on the political scene in Quebec in great strength, coming on strong. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
We are coming back. Everybody, we are coming back.
We can already hear the howls from the establishment. But how will you pay for all this? Well, let's remind them that this country is awash in wealth. We can have nice things.
We can. Yes. Good.
Banks made $70 billion in profits last year alone. Oil companies are expecting a new windfall in the tens of billions. Grocery baron Gale & Weston alone is worth $20 billion. It is time, far past time, to properly tax the corporations and billionaires that have been riding a tidal wave of profits. While the
Redistribution
99% have been suffering and struggling, and use that money to directly improve the lives of Canadians. The money is there.
Yes, it is.
The money is there, my friends. We need a government with the courage to go and get it for all of us.
Yeah.
And we need a government that doesn't just talk about Canadian values on the world stage. We need one that acts with moral clarity when it matters. Yes. When missiles are falling on schools and hospitals.
Yes.
When Israel commits a genocide in Gaza.
Yes.
We call it by its name, and we do everything in our power to bring it to an end. When the U.S. and Israel start an illegal and reprehensible war against Iran that sets the world on fire, we say Canada should have absolutely no role in it whatsoever.
Yes.
Folks, for me personally, it is humbling to pick up the mantle of leadership from the long line of NDP leaders before me. My grandfather, David Lewis, who took over from Tommy Douglas, gave his life to the CCF and then the NDP. David worked tirelessly for the party from the 1930s until the 1970s.
David Lewis
And
was
then he was a
maybe the
pundit
best
briefly
leader the NDP ever had.
Very briefly. And friends, a lot of you know
Maybe.
that my dad, Stephen Lewis, is not doing too well. But he is still with us and hanging on to see the next chapter of our movement.
Stephen Lewis must be so emotional right now. I love Stephen Lewis. He's my political hero.
Fanatic, Dad has demanded daily updates about our organizing delivered to his hospital bed. A veritable IV drip of campaign data. At age 88, he is more passionate about the promise of democratic socialism than he has ever been in his life. But he told me something kind of heartbreaking.
He's my
that
hero.
David, his father, said to him once. David said, "Son, not in my lifetime, but maybe in yours." And recently my dad told me the same thing. Not in my lifetime, maybe in yours. Well, Dad, I refuse to tell that to my kid. We cannot wait another generation.
Same.
We've got to start winning now.
Yes. No more waiting for real change to bring about a good world for people.
We know we can live in a country built on a foundation of care and connection, where you don't have to fight every day just for the basics, where hard work earns you a living, and if you can't work, you're not abandoned. And where our kids know we are doing everything we can to protect the air and water and their right to a livable future. That is why the NDP is coming back.
Yes.
Because we know that a thriving world is possible, and we know who is standing in our way.
Yes. And we're going to take
And
them
there
the
are way
frick
more of
all.
us than there are of them. We just have to find each other. And that's what we've started on this campaign. I want to thank again my incredible team, every single volunteer, donor, and voter who has powered this history-making movement over the past 7 months. You have flung open the doors to this party.
Yes.
Your energy and passion is the fuel for all the work ahead. And it's not going to stop just because the campaign is over. Organizing can no longer be something we do when the writ drops. It's year-round work with the NDP fighting alongside labor movements, fighting alongside social movements, showing up where we are needed, part of a common front of decent Canadians.
Yeah. So key and vital.
The NDP will start winning again because we will become that beacon to the 99%. Illuminating the darkening sky of these terrifying times with the energizing light of collective struggle. This is about all of us coming together to find our place and our power in the thrilling work of building a shared future, a government that works for the many, not the money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's get to work. Thank you.
This is so key. This is so important. I'm so glad that Avi Lewis won this leadership. It's so important. We have so much work still to do in terms of now making sure that the NDP
And there
sticks
he
with the
is,
left
the new
wing
leader of the federal
that we need it
NDP,
to.
filmmaker Avi Lewis, after a 7-month campaign, winning the leadership just announced today in one round, securing nearly 40,000 votes of the roughly 70,000 that was cast for the leadership. And there you have now the leader, along with members of the NDP caucus, the other hopefuls that ran for leadership. And you saw earlier there, Avi Lewis holding the hand of his wife,
Yes.
noted author and political activist Naomi Klein. Well, with that, let's bring the conversation back here in Ottawa into our studios. We get some reaction to Avi Lewis's victory.
Yeah, we're going to have
today.
some
Joining us
great
right now,
times ahead
Laurie
with a
Turnbull
new
from Dalhousie
NDP
University,
that
Carl
sets
Belanger,
its
former
direction
National Director for the
back
NDP,
towards being
and Melanie
actually
Leach today, also in
socialist,
Ottawa, but
actually a
remotely,
vision for a
who also
communal
worked
future,
for Jagmeet Singh. Hello to all of
pro-worker,
you. Quick round of reaction beginning
pro-human
with Laurie.
rights,
We knew that Avi
pro-socialism.
Lewis was the front
I
runner when
am
it
putting
came to fundraising. A lot
my
of people said
Patreon
that
link
would
in the
indicate,
chat.
did
If you
indicate
haven't
a win,
become a
and here we
member
have
and
a
you'd
first
like
round
to,
win,
we're going to
decisively
start being
so,
active on
for
Patreon
someone
again.
who has tried twice but has been
So
unsuccessful
feel
at getting a
free
seat in Parliament.
to join
Exactly.
up there.
So, I mean, no surprise, I think. I mean,
Please feel
the
free to
money was
also
probably a
like,
pretty good
comment,
indicator
subscribe,
of what
share
kind
the
of support
stream,
he
all
had
that good
compared to the
stuff.
other candidates. So I think to see him come, across the finish
I'm
line
just
with
ordering
one
some lunch right
ballot is
now.
not a huge surprise.
Haven't
And you
had
can
time
see
to
the
be making
party,
myself
in
food this
the
weekend.
room really
Another
rallying
reason,
around him
please,
and
the
going up,
Patreon is there.
for a few minutes, going up on
This
the stage
is
and being
helpful.
part of that
Thank
moment
you.
with him. And I think he hit the notes in this speech that he has been consistently hitting since he put his campaign forward. So again, no big shocks here. Also no shock while we were sitting here watching to hear Naheed Nenshi come out on social media and distance himself. And so right away, you see the complexity that faces Mr. Lewis in this job.
Yeah, complexity and a lot of challenges, which we will get to. But Carl, I'll get you to contribute your reaction. Someone who has tried to win a seat, as I said, a bit of an outsider to the party, but now leading the party. What's your reaction to this?
I mean, outsider, yes and no. I mean, he's coming from NDP royal family. The Lewises, they've been around forever.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Clearly they're still very influential. And we don't have the breakdown by province, but I know that the Lewis family was working really hard to help his campaign in Ontario and raise money in Ontario. And it was a clear indication, the fact that
the Lewis family still has a lot of
influence
influence within the
going
NDP.
to be a first
It's
win.
very true.
What's surprising in the results is,
Stephen Lewis, like I mentioned, is my political hero. I love so much about what he has done and what he has achieved and everything that he is still, even as he is fading, giving attention to and trying to deal with. When I was in grade 7, as a part of my bar mitzvah, as a part of bar and bat mitzvah, you typically do charity work. And that's a part of that process. And so what I chose to do for that is I started fundraising at my school for the Stephen Lewis Foundation. We started collecting pennies and coins, but specifically we were looking for pennies because they were still a form of currency in Canada at that point. And we set out with the goal, the very ambitious goal, I now realize, to raise 1 penny for every child that had died of HIV/AIDS in Africa up to that point, which at that time would have been 4 million pennies. And we raised, which would have been, I think, as I did the calculation at the time, it would have been $40,000. We ended up raising significantly less than that because that's what happened. But we did end up raising still thousands and thousands of dollars for the Stephen Lewis Foundation. So the Stephen Lewis is somebody who sits closely to my my brain and my heart, and I've met him through the process of that a couple of times, and really admire him greatly. And so I think that it's meaningful that Avi Lewis is now the leader of the NDP, that he's going to be bringing the party back to a real socialist footing. And that, I think, says a lot to all of us who are looking for that.
New leader is that purchase a membership but are part of the NDP universe. And I was hoping for a little bit more of that today, a little bit more of speaking to regular folks instead of just speaking to members. But obviously, congratulations to Avi as the new leader, and it was decisive. So that's always important in moving forward.
Oui, Mélanie, comme vous le mentionnez, c'était le résultat auquel la majorité des gens s'attendaient. On peut peut-être prendre juste un instant pour...
So just a minute to go back to the results. So let's look at the results once again. For 71,000 valid votes, as mentioned by Laurie, Avi Lewis has 56% of the votes, and then we have 29.5% for Heather McPherson, and then 7.3% for Daniel.
It's a very
Johnston.
strong finish for Avi
Ashton,
Lewis.
Not a surprise. 5.9%.
But yeah, really, very
6%.
also big surprising that
fifth,
Tennille Johnston came
Tony
third,
McQuail
and really
with
good for her for that.
1.3% of the vote.
I, of course, voted for Tony McQuail on the
This is
first
a
ballot.
very
My vote would have then
decisive
gone to
vote,
Tennille
with
Johnston,
only
and I
one
wonder
round, Melanie.
what would have
So,
happened had
Mr.
Avi Lewis finished
Nancy's
with something like
reaction
45%.
comes as a surprise to some people,
And
not
there
everybody.
needed to be a second ballot.
Can you please
How much of
try
Tony's
and
support was
unpack
going to line
this,
up behind Tennille?
what Mr. Lewis should be doing in order to
as a
rebuild
second
internally
choice,
the party.
given that they had cross-endorsed each other.
So, first of all, he has to establish new links with the provincial leaders, and not everybody has voted for Avi, so he will have to try and broaden his support and also find money, because he is the head of the whole membership of the party, of course, and not of the people who voted for him. So he and everybody will be needed for this internal rebuild of the party. 6 people at the federal parliament, it's definitely not enough. So it is important to do that, not only with the provinces, but also the support in Alberta. So there are a few questions of damage to be repaired. So bring people.
I'm going to run to the bathroom quickly. I will be right back.
aren't watching the House of Commons, and most don't. But the way that parties, take a clip of what's going on with a leader, you can see that exchange back and forth with the prime minister. You put that out, you send it to donors, you put it out on social media. Those things help to make a party look relevant and make it look like, hey, they've got a point. They are fighting for something that I care about. And I think being able to step into that space sooner rather than later is extremely important. And if he can't do that because it's not really in his control, how is he going to make sure that the NDP inside the House are supported and are kind of rolling the dice a bit more now that they've got a permanent leader?
Yeah, can I pick up on that point though? Because and Carl, you're referencing all the challenges that are before him, but there's also an institutional knowledge gap for Mr. Lewis, right? Unlike Heather McPherson, who has been a member of Parliament, who knows how Parliament works, who knows how to navigate to get some type of impact in terms of going into QP, in QP, out of QP. Those are things that will be very foreign for Avi Lewis. And I think my big question is, how quickly can he learn that? How willing will people be to step up and offer the advice? How willing is he going to be to accept the advice? Because he's had a very successful run of town halls going through this leadership race, but it has been disconnected from the party here in Ottawa. So I do wonder how that will play out and what type of challenge that could create for him, and what type of deficiency that makes for him going into this new role, Lori.
Oh yeah, I mean, as much as you can be a very successful, charismatic person who connects with people in different ways throughout your life. And I think Mr. Lewis has demonstrated, that he's a larger than life guy. He's able to come in and command attention, like he's got that going for him. But doing it in politics is a totally different thing. Like there is, not to, commend the Ottawa bubble or anything else, but there is a different kind of way of connecting to the political process and getting people to trust you as a political party leader, and kinds of ways of communicating, ways of being strategic, understanding the kinds of blind spots and pitfalls that can trip you up as a party leader, especially when you're asking people for their trust for the first time. Whether he's going to have, I think there's a really critical need for him to make sure he's got the right staff around him, hire really smartly to make sure that people who have that institutional knowledge are able to build you, and support you as you're growing into that role. And he's got to worry about things like, is anybody else going to leave? Bull Reese is an obvious flight risk, but people have been talking about that for a long time. But what about other people around who think, you know what? I wasn't so excited, I'm not putting words in their mouth, but maybe there's somebody, a couple of people there who are thinking, no, this isn't quite the way I wanted to go actually. And I don't want to do this anymore. And I'm going to go sit with Carney because we've been in those conversations. I don't know. Right. So I feel like even that aspect of things, the NDP is not out of the woods necessarily in terms of further loss. Which is, again, another challenge he's going to have to deal with.
Yeah. Carl, what would you say to the lack of institutional knowledge that Avi Lewis has going into whenever he secures a seat in the House of Commons?
Well, it's interesting because, there were other elections during this convention, namely the NDP executive, and one of the person that was elected was Libby Davies, former MP. So he's trying to bring some people like that. There's some former political staffers that were elected too. But there's also a cut from what is perceived as the people who have been around the Jagmeet Singh era and going back to Mulcair and Leighton. So there is this tendency, and certainly the Lewis campaign was pushing hard on cutting the ties with the professionals and all that. So you can have a bunch of people who will come to Ottawa with not a lot of resources and not really knowing what they're doing. So this will be the challenge for Lewis, like translating a win in the NDP circles into something that is palatable for more voters will be interesting to watch. But there is no question that the biggest enemy of the NDP is visibility. And Avi Lewis, will be able to attract attention. Not always necessarily for the good reasons, but the saying, speak of me. What's the saying? Speak of me badly, speak of me well, but speak of me. I have the words in French in my head. Sorry. Anyway, the point is, he will attract attention, and when he comes to Ottawa with his partner Naomi Klein, it's a power couple. Yeah. It's a power couple. And I think it will help the NDP.
Okay. I like to say, if you have nothing good to say, sit beside me. But anyway, Mel, you've been in the front lines. You know what it's like, probably most closely than anybody around this table, how to navigate the House of Commons and the challenge of that. What do you say about the institutional knowledge, lack thereof, that Avi Lewis will have going into the House if and when he secures a seat?
Right. I couldn't help but laugh at Carl's comment about, getting rid of the professionals. Well, the professionals have been, working here, holding the bag for a lot of years. So yeah, when you're looking for institutional knowledge, that's not a good way to start, because you're going to need help. You're going to need to make decisions, and you don't want to do what other leaders have done, which is, clean shop, bring your people in who have no institutional knowledge and then make mistakes. I think something that would be really smart is to make sure that you're bridging those ties also, as you're talking about bringing people from, the provinces, et cetera, together. I would say it was funny to me that the lesson that a lot of folks, particularly in the Obby camp, seemed to learn from the last election was that we were too pragmatic, or we were too close to the Liberals with the delivery of dental care. As someone who saw it really closely, I think the lesson from the last election was we weren't credible. Jagmeet in 2019, Jagmeet in 2021 was everybody's favorite leader to go for a beer with, to go for a glass of kombucha because he didn't drink beer. But he did not ever top the charts for somebody that they could trust. And Lori said this also, how important it is to folks when they're looking for a prime minister that they can trust you, not just that they think that you have their back, but that they can trust that you will make the decisions in their best interest. And unfortunately for the NDP, we don't have the same liberty than Liberals and Conservatives do. When their leaders aren't doing well, their party brand is still pretty strong. Our party brand is also not credible. So when you have a party that's not credible to govern, and you have a leader that's not credible to govern, how do you convince folks to place their trust in you as prime minister is really hard. But one way to do it is to be in the House of Commons, is to show what you're doing. It's to ask the prime minister questions, to keep them to account, and to do it in a way that's happening right away. Not, I'm going to respond hours later when journalists have already moved on, or when the public has already moved on. So the ability to do
This is absolutely the wrong take. This is absolutely the wrong take. The right take is that the way that you need yes, people need to feel like you're going to have their back. They need to be able to trust you. That doesn't come for an NDP leader from somebody who has been in government before, or somebody who they can imagine in a seat of power in an establishment type way. The way that presents itself for the NDP, the only way that is going to work to form government is if they believe you are bold enough, if they trust you to be bold enough, to be radical enough, to be progressive enough to tackle the significant issues in the way that the NDP needs to be able to do. There's so much wrong with this establishment NDP take that we hear time and time again from these people who say we're essential because we're the insiders who know how to run things, but they're the same people who have gotten us to this point in the first place.
For my children and I to come out of isolation. So in closing, thank you to everyone for their comments, and I thank you for supporting the resolution, and let's stop looking away and goddamn govern.
Merci.
I don't know what that's about because we didn't hear the resolution, but I like the sentiment.
My riding association, Ottawa South, yay! If you want to know how to have an active and engaging EDA, please talk to the folks at Ottawa South. They do an amazing work. Okay, alors, tel que mentionné.
As mentioned, we are going to go straight to voting now on this resolution.
I'm glad that they brought us back into the hall.
Reinforcing, strengthening human rights and the Canadian identity. Sorry, addressing the intimate partner
Thank you,
violence
Selena,
crisis.
if you're still here for...
Thank you.
For this,
against, opposed,
and for chiming in.
The resolution has been unanimously
This is what we're trying to do, is be a space for leftists in Canada to come together for these kinds of things that actually do matter in terms of the political necessities of
This is
life.
on reproductive rights. Whereas the NDP, be it resolved that the NDP reaffirm its clear and unequivocal position as a pro-choice party. Be it resolved that the NDP continue its push for funding for reproductive health care and advocacy for pan-Canadian equal access to fully funded abortion services for women, trans, and non-binary persons. Be it resolved that the NDP strengthen the pro-choice movement in Canada by supporting reproductive health care, including the full range of family planning, sexual and reproductive health options. Be it resolved that the NDP support making the 2-year sexual and reproductive health fund, that it be made permanent and require that these federal transfers be used only for reproductive health purposes. Thank you. We're going to start on mic number 4.
I'm always curious to see how quickly social media accounts get updated when things like this happen.
Go ahead at mic 4.
This is a good resolution, but it doesn't go far enough. An essential part of reproductive
It's
rights
good, but
is
it doesn't
reproductive
go far
healthcare, which
enough.
is more than just abortion access. A federal NDP government must demand gender equity in healthcare. I have been on a gynecology waitlist for nearly 4 years. Earlier this month, I spent 9 days in debilitating amounts of pain and 2 days in the ER. In Nova Scotia, the endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic is open one singular day per week. This is shameful and
That is
unacceptable,
shameful.
and frankly would not be the case if cis men were impacted.
Yeah. 100% true. I say as a cis man.
Microphone numéro 2.
I am this resolution. I wanted to take the opportunity to adjust the equity card systems, which I understand is a rule that's already adopted. But given that we're dealing with human rights and Canadian identity, it seemed like appropriate time. So I apologize for interrupting this resolution, but I have suggested wording for the equity card system, if we can hear that.
Okay, we'll do that. Can we do that at the end of the?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, and yes, let's do it at the end, and then we'll see. So we'll go to microphone 3. There's a point of personal privilege on mic 1. Go ahead.
Some of us with hearing problems, both those screens over there are en français. We need one of them to be in English.
Thank you so much, Delegate. So
Je vous
yes,
en prie.
I see that the captioning on, is it on all of the screens? Oh, there, it's
My
fixed
food's
now.
going to be here in a couple of minutes.
Okay,
when it
thanks
gets
for
here, I'm
bringing that
going
to our
to
attention.
I'll go off camera
All right.
and
where
go and
was
run and
I?
grab
was
it.
4, 2, 3.
I'd like to call this resolution to question.
Okay, so you'd like us to go to the vote?
Yes.
All right, was there anyone waiting to speak on the resolution? Yes? Okay, so we will do can I get a seconder for calling the question? All right. All those in favor of ceasing debate and moving to the vote on the main motion, please indicate. Thank you.
I like the other
Opposed?
chairperson. They've had more than this one.
Okay, the motion carries, so we'll go right to the vote on 060223.
Just my personal
reproductive rights.
take.
All those in favor of the resolution, please indicate. Thank you. Opposed? Carries. Merci. Alors, au microphone numéro 2.
So microphone number 2, you wanted to propose? Merci.
So yes, I move that the standing rules of the convention be amended to expand the equity card system beyond gender to include racialized, Indigenous, Two-Spirit, LGBTQIA delegates and persons living with disabilities, and to include a directive for their use based on the impact of resolutions. I have wording if it's seconded, I think, or should I read the whole thing?
Okay, so this
It's
for the
not too
duration
long.
of this meeting.
For the duration
So,
of the meeting.
Yeah, so what we can do, if there's a seconder and there's 2/3 support, then we can do that.
Sounds good.
Okay? There is a seconder.
Okay, I'll be brief. So this would be Rule X. The numbering would be determined by the order of the day, or the rules of order. Number 1, to ensure diversity of voices that reflects the whole movement, equity cards by delegates who identify, or equity cards may be used by delegates who identify as women, racialized, indigenous, two-spirit, LGBTQIA, or as persons living with disabilities. Number 2, in assigning the floor, the chair shall utilize the equity card system to facilitate speakers that accounts for both a pro-con and the diverse identities of delegates seeking recognition. And number 3, in utilizing an equity card to seek the floor, delegates are asked to consider the particular resolution being discussed and encouraged to speak to how the proposal specifically impacts them, their identities, and their communities.
OK. La motion a été proposée et adoptée.
The motion proposed was adopted, and we're going to vote on that motion now. So we need 2/3 of support to change the list of priority. The speakers, so everybody in favor of the resolution.
What happened? I'm gonna get it back up, y'all. Oh, it's saying that it's temporarily unavailable. Okay. Let's try again. CPAC. Temporarily unavailable. Okay. Well,
and I rise in support of this resolution. It's titled Defending Public Journalism,
food is here.
but it really is about defending all
back.
free journalism. The best people who can keep the best people who can keep people in local communities informed are those who belong to those communities. But far too many local journalism outlets have been gobbled up by major media conglomerates or closed. Local journalism is being eliminated very, very quickly. What makes it even worse is that these major media outlets are owned by big, giant corporations who choose to push their own agenda. Misinformation isn't just coming from the far left, folks, or the basement podcasters. It's being pushed by mainstream outlets and news items too. Public journalism is something that all Canadians take pride in and rely on. The NDP is the only party standing for reliable, public, unbiased journalism. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives have shown time and time again that they will cut our public journalism, which is an outrage. Funding for CBC and for Radio Canada must be a priority of this party because public journalism has been what has helped define what it means to be Canadian. We have journalists here in this room. They're in the back right now doing the work to report what we're doing and the great resolve we have here. Without those journalists, our message would not be getting out to the rest of Canada. We might not always agree with how they cover our issues, let's be clear, but they are here and they are covering our stories. And public journalism, free of corporate influence, is the only way that democracy can proceed. And while I still have time on the clock, I do want to thank all the journalists who are here doing this hard work, taking the time at our convention to tell our stories. Thank you to all of you.
Merci. Alors, on continue au microphone numéro 2.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is David Matthew Jones. My pronouns are he, him, ill. It's my first time here at convention. I just turned 21 and I'm representing University of Calgary New Democrats. Thank you so much for the time. I fully support the spirit of this resolution, but I'm about to say something that no New Democrat here has said so far. This simply does not go far enough. Yes, we need public journalism. We need journalists to report honestly where it is needed. But so much of journalism has been corrupted by big money interests. We need the CBC as a public option so that there's no profit motivation. But hypothetically, what is missing off of here, if there's some right-wing newspaper which advocates for the interests of their billionaire owners, we should mandate that there's a little section at the end saying, hey, this piece you just read about why trade unions are horrible, this newspaper is owned by someone benefiting off of you believing the trade unions are bad. We should mandate transparency. People need to know where their news is coming from. People deserve to know that there are dark interests in news and that it is very political indeed. So I'm not going to take too much time. I just wanted to say thank you so much. Keep that in mind. I think it could be an interesting idea to just have a little extra information there at the end of an article so people know what's happening. And thanks so much. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 4.
Bonjour.
Désolé, une petite seconde. Is this a point of, do you have a point of microphone 3?
No.
Okay, not your turn yet, though. Sorry, I will come to you. Not right away, though. Microphone numéro 4.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Sarah Zimmerman. Je suis la présidente de la EDA à Skeena-Bulkley Valley au nord-ouest de British Columbia, Colombie-Britannique. My name is Sarah Zimmerman. I'm the president of the Skeena-Bulkley Valley Electoral District Association in Skeena Valley in northern BC. I'm also the president of our BC NDP Riding Association for the riding of Skeena. I'm also a former journalist. I worked in rural journalism for 7 years at the turn of the century. I also have worked in communications for the last 18 years. And I can tell you that the media landscape in Canada is really at risk. It's more important now than ever to uphold our democratic values by having a clear and transparent, independent media landscape in Canada. We really need to also repeal C-18. It has, while it was well intended, it has really made access to journalism and to good reporting really difficult for people to have by having the meta ban in place, where it's very difficult for people to share real information. So I urge folks that are sitting in the legislature, Heather, I'm sure you can hear me, to consider that. But I support this resolution as it is and the spirit that it's been written. It's critical that we have a free press in Canada and that we defend that and continue to invest in CBC and Radio-Canada. Thank you very much.
Merci. Microphone numéro 2.
Hi, my name is Antonia Zerbesius. I'm she, her. I'm my first time delegate, Toronto Danforth. I've covered many conventions. I've never been on this side, so excuse me if I blow it. This is my first time ever speaking here, so here's what I want to say. I was 25 years at the Toronto Star as media columnist, so I totally understand the media landscape here. And I was 11 years at CBC, and I did a lot of contract work for everybody else. I think the biggest problem right now is, number one, the foreign ownership and control of Post Media. And I would like to see that mentioned, included, prioritized, because it is poisoning. It is poisoning the atmosphere, the politics, the culture here. It promotes nonstop drilling. It promotes Zionism. is against women's rights. It is very right wing. It is controlled, majority owned by a US hedge fund that used to be connected with the National Enquirer and still is with Donald Trump. So I'd like to see that included here. That's number one. And with respect to the other speaker, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name, about Meta. I spend $6,000 a year on subscriptions. I can afford it. I'm privileged. I'm very fortunate. I share as much as I can on Facebook. I try to copy and paste from everything, the Toronto Star, the Globe and Mail, National Post, Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Foreign Policy. I could go on and on. I support the Tyee. I urge you all, please throw some money at the Tyee, at rabble.ca. I can name them all, but not everybody's perfect. National Observer. These are the ones that are holding us up. I don't think we'll ever see the return of local coverage. It is too expensive. I'm sorry, but it's really, we have to be realistic. And I also feel that you can't legislate against bias. You know, the freedom of the press belongs to those who own them. And maybe we should be really looking at a public newspaper. Thank you.
I like that idea a lot, a public newspaper. There's a big difference between being a journalist and doing something like this.
I am with the Edmonton Strathcona EDA,
and you need
and
to be
I am
clear,
training to be a radio journalist.
like that journalists are journalists and they need to be respected as
I
such.
think it's important to
There's
remember
nothing
in
more
discussions of journalism,
annoying or frustrating
that
than some online
media,
commentator like
radio,
me claiming to be a
newspaper,
journalist.
it remains one of the most accessible forms
That being
of
said,
information for the
alternative
public.
media
And that
is
includes
still
local
reported
media as well.
not just pure
Notes
journalism.
here.
But
I
because the
think
right
that
wing
it's
does have
important
their
that
perspective,
everyone
people
across the
online,
country, no
we
matter
need to be able to
their,
match that as well.
you know, access to even just like smart devices, things like that, has access to information about our country and about the world. It's important to remember that information is foundational for a functioning democracy. Yeah, I think that it's crucial that we support public radio and local news and other forms of information dissemination that may otherwise become inaccessible for those who are most marginalized in our communities. That's my time.
Merci. Microphone numéro 3.
U of A Campus Club. I would like to call this motion to question. Thank you.
OK. Alors, le vote a été demandé. Est-ce que j'ai un appuyeur? Oui. Alors, nous passons au vote sur la question de cesser le débat. Tous ceux et celles en faveur de mettre fin au débat et passer à la motion principale, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. Alors, nous passons au vote sur la motion principale. 06 03 33, défendre le journalisme public. Tous ceux et celles
This motion has been adopted. Next resolution, please. Resolution 060428. UNDRIP, free, prior, and informed consent. Be it resolved that the following be added to section 6.5 of the policy book, Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Canada's NDP believes and will work to ensure that all aspects of UNDRIP, including free, prior, and informed consent, are upheld in all decisions that impact First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Thank you. Let's start with mic number 4.
Microphone 4.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Leah Gazan, Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre, pronoun she, her. And I just want to shout out the Winnipeg Centre EDA for putting this resolution forward. And I want to be really clear. We as a party need to center the rights of Indigenous peoples as a first priority in conventions, not on the final day, because all of the things that we are talking about center around the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous peoples. Even when we're talking about projects of national interest, it's dependent on obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. And that, so if it's on the end of the day and we're talking about building a strong economy going forward, it has to be rooted in the constitutionally enshrined rights of Indigenous peoples. And that includes the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Because as we know, what Carney is doing by violating the United Nations Declaration, he is building projects, he is building a pipeline to the Supreme Court of Canada. So wherever we stand as New Democrats on projects, we have to make sure that it's rooted in free, prior, and informed consent, and that means free of coercion. Prior to any development going forward, it needs to be informed. And without those three things, you don't have consent. And it means giving and ensuring and respecting Indigenous people's rights to say yes, no, yes with conditions, maybe, or maybe next time, or maybe later. And we need to stand strong to ensure that we respect those decisions. Let's not forget, this whole country was built on the backs and genocide and ongoing genocide of Indigenous peoples. And just a final note, one of the discussions that's being missed when we are talking about projects, we know there's a direct correlation between violence against Indigenous women and girls and resource extraction. We need to make sure that companies and workers,
I'm done lunch.
When they are coming in Indigenous communities, we need to ensure that companies are held accountable if they do not respect the safety of communities.
Yes.
Your time is up, delegate. Thank you. Microphone 3, the delegate with the equity card, please.
Hello, my name is Samar. I'm the president of the Lethbridge EDA. I would like to call the question, please.
Okay. I have one more person waiting to speak in favor, and I would like to give the opportunity to this Indigenous delegate to speak on the resolution, and I would ask that you hold off. Thank you. Go ahead, delegate. Microphone.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Trudy Spiller. I am from the House of Gwinnett. My traditional name is Lagaganao. I belong to the House of Gwinnett. I am Gitxsan. I want to remind people of what happened with the Wet'suwet'en when people went in and wanted resource extraction, and now they're wanting to take and start with drilling with the Gitxsan people. And my late mother was our hereditary chief and now is my eldest sister. And we want to say that if you want to do things on our traditional territory, come and have a discussion. Come and talk to the hereditary chiefs. There's a difference in Canada where there's the elected chief system, and I have no qualms against the elected system because that's what our government put there. But if we want to go back to the hereditary chiefs and ask them what they want, and then you'll get the real reason of why we don't. My mother has always said, our land is only loaned to us by our great-grandchildren, and it's really up to us to
That's a
protect
phenomenal
that land
saying.
so that we have something
Our
to
land
give
is only loaned to
our
us by our great
our
grandchildren.
further
Yeah,
children. So I
it's
urge
so
you to,
meaningfully
I know
true.
that you're going to pass it, but thank you for bringing us to the floor.
I'm
Thank you,
very
delegate.
glad that this
So the
delegate
delegate of microphone 3 had called the question. I've lost the delegate at mic 3, but let's just allow one. Is it a point or you have a comment? We didn't entertain anyone speaking again, so if that's what you wanted to do, it would be fair to allow you.
Yeah, I have a quick comment. Quinn Jones, him from the Victoria EDA. I am not speaking in opposition to this. All I'm saying is it doesn't go far enough to echo what Leah Gazan was saying. I hate to think that someone would say that when it comes to consent with the ability to say no, I would hate to think someone saying you should have gotten that in writing. So it should be in writing that the ability for Indigenous nations to say no should be in this resolution.
Yes, 100%. It's not just about.
You're not asking for it to be referred to at that, though. You're just noting that
No,
point.
but I'm just noting that it should include it should say the ability for Indigenous nations to refuse these developments.
Okay, thank you, delegate. So now we'll move to the
They get to give
motion
whatever
that was
answer
called
they
at
want
mic
to
3
give.
to go to the vote. So all those in favor of ceasing debate and moving to the vote, please indicate. Thank you. Opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Is there a point on microphone 3? Mic 3?
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, here we go. This is a point of privilege, I hope.
I'll let you know, let's try it.
Okay, thank you. I resent the fact that we're demanding so quickly just to get the hell out of here, that so many of these motions are going to, people are asking for the vote to be taken. In particular, this last one with regard to Indigenous nations. We're sitting on Indigenous soil. We have an Indigenous premier in this province. We haven't heard from 3 Indigenous representatives to this convention. And yet unions have referred to Indigenous rights without understanding what is necessary for the 2 elements to win. We haven't heard from Indigenous people about their lands, about the fact that their lands were used to pollute the entire eastern coast of the United States and Canada because idiots set forest fires to destroy their lands in northern Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta. And we also haven't heard anything from the Indigenous communities about their need and their wants and their desire for food sustainability across the planet, simply because of the fact that there is nothing being done about climate change in this country.
I understand the point that this guy is making, and it's a really valuable
people.
point
you, ma'am.
that,
Thank you,
yes,
delegate.
absolutely,
Your
we
point
need
is
to
well
hear
taken.
more.
It is a call to ask
But
folks to hold
unfortunately,
back a bit and allow a bit more debate before calling the question.
like you also,
So
when you're
we are
on
now
these
going
conventions,
directly to the
you
vote
get a
on
policy
06
section of these
04
resolutions that's like that thick.
All those in favor
And
of
you're
the
only
motion,
going to
please
get to a
indicate.
couple, like you're only going to get to maybe
you.
a dozen,
Opposed?
maybe 20 of them to get through in all of the
Passed
sections.
unanimously.
And right, like as
There's
we've been
a point
watching
to
this
microphone
weekend,
3.
you see that in each of these hour-long
Thank
sections,
you. Howard Handrick,
they're passing
EM from
4 or
London
5
Centre.
resolutions.
I just wanted to raise a point of order.
And
I'd like to
so
ask the chair to remind
unfortunately,
people where
people
the
want
pro
to
and
get
con mics
through
are,
as many
so we
of
can
the
have an idea of if there is legitimate dissent on the issue
Yeah.
before going to a vote on the on the message.
Thank you. So I think you guys heard the delegate. Please, if you want to speak in favor, don't move to a con mic. It also does sort of work against the equity speakers list because I have to alternate between pro and con, and there's folks waiting in the lineups to speak in favor, and you're honestly sneaking in. So I will ask you to stay at a pro mic if you want to speak in favor. Thank you. Prochaine résolution, s'il vous plaît.
Next resolution, please.
0525, responding to the genocide against missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Be it resolved that the NDP support the emergency to respond to the ongoing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. The NDP support the full implementation of a red dress alert system for missing and Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. The NDP support the adequate funding for women's shelters and women's serving agencies addressing gender-based violence.
Okay. Oh, good. Now it's quieter. I was going to ask for people to please quiet down. We have requests from folks who have difficulty hearing, and for all of us. So thank you. On va commencer au microphone numéro 1.
Let's start with mic number 1. Thank you.
I come from Treaty 6 territory originally and also with roots in the Red River Valley. I live in the city of Prince George, British Columbia, home of the unceded ancestral lands of the Lheidli Nation. I stand in favor of this resolution as a person living in a stretch of highway known as the Highway of Tears, where we have lost far too many Indigenous women and persons.
Yes.
When our people go
So
missing,
true.
there is a glaring lack of awareness and social support. When non-Indigenous people go missing, it often makes national and international headlines. This disparity is unacceptable.
Yeah.
We still live
Totally
in a time where the
unacceptable.
lack of empathy and resources towards Indigenous people is a shocking low priority. What does it take to bring home the hard truth of the violence towards Indigenous women and 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples? In BC, political parties are using residential school denialism as a hate platform, and this is intolerable. I raise my hands to the Winnipeg Centre NDP EDA for bringing this resolution forward and ask everyone to stand in favor of this resolution. Merci. Hi.
Merci.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Yes, I was
Oui.
a greater issue with regards to the Indigenous conversation. Do I have permission to speak about that?
Yes. You're lined up at the mic to speak against the resolution right now. So if that's not what you want to address, we need to wait.
I was going to talk about the previous resolution initially, but I have a greater point, so we can go back to this resolution and come back to me later.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate. Microphone 4.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christy Slusarenko. I am a regional
Okay.
vice president of the Canadian Office Employees Union from British Columbia. I'm standing in support of this resolution as someone who grew up in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, and then I'm also moved to Port Coquitlam. Those cities might sound familiar. We are the start or the end of the Highway of Tears in Prince Rupert. We also had the Picton Farm in Port Coquitlam.
Yeah.
We recently got cell phone coverage on the Highway of Tears, but that takes something valuable into account, that someone has the privilege of a cell phone. that someone in fleeing the situation was able to bring their cell phone or didn't have the person or people they were
That's
fleeing
a very good,
from take
well-made
their
point.
phones. We still don't have any sort of reasonable, affordable transportation. So even if they do have their cell phones, they're still hitchhiking along that stretch. And
Such a
that's
terrible
something that
situation.
women have been doing and going missing on since at least the mid-70s. I came into my role and into politics later in my life, in my 40s. And I went to a lobby on the Hill with the CLC on Indigenous rights in 2019. And I sat in a room with a Liberal MP asking me how I should fix this. The red dress alert isn't something that should be taking so long. We already know how it works. We have Amber Alerts since 2002. They implemented it nationally in 2009. It took 9 years, but it's going. I don't understand why we now only have a pilot program for the red dress alert. These people that are going missing are humans. They're not research specimens. This is not something that we need to say, oh, we'll look into it. Let's gather statistics. Women, children, and the LGBTQSAI community are going missing. Find a way to freaking save them and bring them home.
Merci. On continue au microphone.
Thank you. Let's continue. Microphone number 1. Yeah.
Spiller. I'm Gitxsan First Nations, and I'm from BC. This is my first convention and speaking. Okay, it is unacceptable that we have only completed 2 out of the 231 calls for justice.
Yes.
Every day, an Indigenous woman goes missing. Every day, there are more Indigenous women on the street without adequate support. And we are responsible to protect the ones who are not lost and bring home the women who are. If the NDP wants to be the party of reconciliation, they need to start being champions for Indigenous people and Two-Spirit people. As Leah has said, there are no funds in this year's budget to address MMIWG2Q+. We need to ask ourselves, are we the party of human rights or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Mic 3, you were still waiting to speak after we're done this? Okay. Mic 4, no? Anyone waiting to speak on this resolution? Go ahead on mic 1.
Hi, I'm Leah Gazan, Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre. I think it's appropriate to really honor a couple of people at our convention today, Sandra Delaron and Hilda Anderson Pierce, who I worked with families and survivors across the country to get the red dress alert off the ground.
Yes.
And this was something that happened working across party lines because human rights are a non-partisan issue.
They should be.
Human rights are human rights are human rights, not when it suits our political and economic interests.
Yes.
We must always uphold human rights as individuals,
100%
as parties,
agree.
as workers. We need to uphold human rights. And I say that because right now in Nunavut, they are building a military base. They have sent 600 soldiers to Nunavut without a safety plan for Indigenous women.
Unacceptable.
We need to hold this government to account
Yes.
when they're talking about bringing individuals into our community without community safety plans and without consulting Indigenous women. And I know our party with my mighty, fierce caucus we are a caucus of 6. We are the only people talking about the rights of Indigenous women and girls, 2SI, LGBTQIA+.
Yes. The
So I want
only
you to
people
all join with us in solidarity.
in Parliament.
Join
There
with
are others
Indigenous
outside,
people,
and that is the point that
Indigenous
Tony
families,
ran on making,
Indigenous
and that we need to
communities
continue to make
across
as
this
well.
country, and make sure our dignity and security is a top priority. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. So now we will proceed to the vote on resolution 060525. Anyone in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Anyone opposed? The resolution is adopted unanimously.
On 3, you had a point of privilege you were saying earlier. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Dylan Bonifoy. I come from Treaty 6 territory, and I wanted to make sort of a call to action to the New Democrats in the room. When we are saying that we are reaffirming our relationship with one another in a land acknowledgement, it is not just a slogan. Anti-racism is something that you have to actively opt into every single day. It was not that long ago that our then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau sat with protesters and then continued to pass legislation that spat in their faces. It was not that long ago that we saw numerous apologies on behalf of the Liberal government while they continue to let Neskantaga First Nation not have any clean water.
Yeah.
It was not that long ago that we had people protesting and staying just outside the Museum of Human Rights here in Winnipeg, begging people to search that landfill. And it is not the only landfill that has Indigenous women in it. I actually went to see what the statistics were on missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada, and I could not give you a number because they do not keep track of this data. I could not tell you off the top of my head or with any sources who we have lost and who is still missing.
Yes.
This is an issue that has been in Canada for far too long. And it is our job as people every day, not just passing legislation, but as individuals and as New Democrats, to actively opt in to raising Indigenous voices and making sure that people are heard and our women are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Yes.
Not quite a point of privilege, but I think your comments are welcome. Prochaine résolution.
Next resolution, please. Resolution 060631, closing the gender wage gap, economic security for women. Be it resolved that New Democrats believe that pay equity is a fundamental human right. Be it resolved that the NDP push the government to close the gender wage gap through the enforcement of proactive pay equity legislation and regulations, and develop legislation to cover racialized Indigenous and workers with disabilities. Be it resolved that the NDP support stronger public services and oppose the privatization of services, as women-identified workers have a smaller wage gap in public services than in the private sector. Be it resolved that the NDP continue to press for affordable, accessible public childcare with workers paid living wages and paid sick days. Thank you.
Just a few seconds left in the block. So what I'm going to propose is, since there's no one waiting at the con mics that I can see, we will go to mic 1 and mic 4 and then move to the vote. All good? Go ahead, microphone 1.
Thank you so much. My name is Gina McKay. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a proud CUPE member here and president of CUPE Manitoba. Here on Treaty 1 territory, I rise in favor of this resolution. Pay equity is about fairness. Workers doing work of equal value deserve equal pay. But women in Canada are still paid less than men. The gap is even worse for Indigenous, racialized, and immigrant and newcomer women, women with disabilities, and non-binary, trans, and gender diverse people. The wage gap exists because work done is mostly by women, including care work that is still undervalued. Many CUPE members work in care sectors like healthcare, childcare, education, and social services, and these jobs are far too often underpaid. Pay equity laws have helped, but we still need stronger enforcement and renewed action. We need proactive pay equity laws that absolutely address systemic discrimination and oppression. We need to strengthen public services in Canada and oppose privatization in all forms, because we know that the wage gap is smaller in public services than it is in the private sector. We need affordable, accessible public childcare with living wages and paid sick days for workers, so that women and gender diverse persons can participate fully in the workforce and achieve economic security. Closing the wage
We
gap
should have like
strengthens families,
40 paid sick
communities,
days a
and
year.
our
Like, it's
economy.
ridiculous.
And you know what?
You should just be
In
able to not
2026,
work
it is
if
beyond
you are sick.
time to act, and it is time to put
That's
our
how
theory
we
into action.
ensure a
Here in
better
Manitoba
healthcare system,
tomorrow, on
and
March
it's how we
30th,
ensure
is Equal
a
Pay
happier
Day. An Equal
workforce.
Pay Day, it calls some really important pieces forward. It's a day that symbolizes how far into the next year that women must work in order to earn as much as the average man did in the previous calendar year. And in Manitoba, that's an average of 455 days to earn as much as men do in 365. As the party of working people, the NDP has a responsibility to lead on closing the gender wage gap. Let's do the right thing here, folks, and let's pass this resolution.
Merci.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
And Ledoux, Regional Executive Vice President, Public Service Alliance of Canada, Prairies. I'm a proud PSAC member. When clerical workers went on strike in 1980, 10,000, 75% of them were women. They achieved a 24.8% wage increase, reflecting the fact that they were underpaid.
Yes.
After that strike, public service workers fought like hell, and it wasn't easy. In 1987, I signed my first grievance ever on pay equity. It took a fight to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, where PSAC won the largest settlement on pay equity. They paid $3.6 billion to clerical workers who were underpaid, but it was a Band-Aid. They introduced legislation 2018, Pay Equity Act. Guess what? Doesn't go into effect till 2021. Justice delayed, justice denied. So, and now here we are, that should have been a hint, because the federal government, now we have pay equity legislation, but they're delaying on their own workers. Just this month, my employer, Canadian Food Inspection Agency, sat down, negotiated with the unions and the workers for a substantial pay equity plan that would see increases of $5 to $7 an hour, proving female-dominated positions are underpaid. Guess what Treasury Board did? Oh, we need to look at your methodology. We're going to hold for a year. Justice delayed, justice denied. At the end of the day, this is about an employer that passes legislation that they don't believe in. They're not enacting it. We will not let go of this. We are not letting up. We won it before. We're going to win it again. And we do have some postcards that are addressed to the minister. You can find them at the exhibitor space or find us up at the front of the room. we urge you to vote in favor of this. It is time that female-dominated workplaces are paid the same equal pay for work of equal value. Justice delayed, justice denied.
Merci.
Thank you. As mentioned, we will proceed directly to the vote unless there is any point. Okay, none. So let's proceed directly to the vote on resolution 060631. Anyone in favor of this resolution? Please show it. Thank you. Anyone opposed? It's been adopted unanimously. And this is the end of this section. And I will let your facilitators chair the debate from now on. Thank you very much, and I wish you an excellent debate.
I'm now here to introduce our next speaker, Yonec Pollet. Yonec Pollet is a Belgian political leader and international strategist who currently serves as Deputy Secretary General, Party of European Socialists. With decades of experience spanning the European Parliament, global social forums, and grassroots organizing, he has been a driving force in advancing progressive international cooperation. Please give a warm Canadian welcome to Yonec Pollet.
They often bring in a foreign politician to address convention, and it's always an interesting part.
Hi everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to be here with you today in the name of the European Socialist Party. I'm sharing with you the warm welcome our President Stéphane Levesque. Congratulations for this wonderful convention. The European Socialist Party is the party and platform that gathers all the socialists and social democrats in Europe. Our members include the Social Democrat Party of Sweden, Germany, Italy, France, and also want to mention the most famous leader right now in our political family, which is Pedro Sanchez, who is the leader of the PSOE, which is the Spanish Socialist Party. And it's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. This is the first time that the European Socialist Party participates in one of your conventions, and I hope it won't be the last time. And I just really want to thank you for the presence of the NDP during the Amsterdam Convention of the European Socialist Party last year. Thank you very much. I had the opportunity yesterday afternoon to see a place that really touched me, that really struck me, and I want to talk about the Canadian Museum of Human Rights. That museum represents, I think, the values for which we've been fighting and we will keep on fighting, so that everyone, regardless of our background, wherever we come from, we will all be treated equally in terms of justice, rights. And Winnipeg, you can be proud of this wonderful museum.
Here today, because from across continents, progressive must work together. We are living through critical times. For many years, we have heard these words, but today they are no longer a warning. They are a dire reality. Not just one country, but the entire world is witnessing and enduring devastating wars, mounting economic pressures, deepening inequalities and wealth concentration, and an accelerating climate crisis. We see long-standing alliances falter, multilateralism weakens, and democratic values come under growing strain. In times like this, our role as progressive is rooted in our history, an history of struggles, of hard-won progress, of people coming together to demand equality and dignity from the powerful few and to claim justice. We are the movement that built the welfare state, one of the key achievements in Canada and in Europe, an achievement that lifts so many out of poverty. It is this legacy that calls us to resist and innovate. We will never just stand by. We will never be passive observers in the face of injustice. No, when confronted to injustice, we act. Because what unites us as true internationalists is this shared commitment to solidarity, respect, and justice. This is what brings us together across continent, across culture, and across political tradition. The convictions that politics must improve people's lives. The world may be changing, but the fundamental principle that should guide us must not. International law still matters. Multilateralism still matters. Human rights still matters. Without this fundamental principle, all that remains is chaos and confrontation, each against all. We must refuse to let a world ruled for peace be replaced by a world of force for dominance. Friends, today we are witnessing illegal wars, violation of international law that shake the foundation of global stability.
Yes.
In Ukraine, and we have to commend the brave Ukrainian people, continue to resist the aggression from Russia and Putin's ruthless and autocratic regime. I was in Kyiv last November to express our solidarity. Supporting Ukraine is about solidarity. It's about principles. It's about defending international law and the basic principle of democracy, fundamental rights, and the rule of law. Ukraine was invaded for what it represents, a nation choosing democracy and embracing freedom, a nation on the path to access to the European Union. This is exactly what Vladimir Putin could not tolerate. Ukraine should have all our support. In the Middle East, the population is once again paying the highest price of diplomatic failure and intolerance. In Gaza, suffering continues and the scars of infinite violence will weigh on our collective conscience for many years to come.
Absolutely.
In the West Bank, and we should not forget about the West Bank.
No.
Settlement expansion.
Yes.
And rising settlers' brutal violence.
Good for him
against
for calling
civilians
out the West
are
Bank
further
as well
eroding
as what's
any
going on
prospect
in
for a
Gaza
just
and
and lasting
elsewhere.
peace.
Because that's a
We cannot
huge
turn a
threat as
blind eye
well.
on this. International
Part of
law
the apartheid, a
applies
part
to
of the genocide.
everyone. No matters the country, no matters the leaders, no exceptions. Ça a été une des grandes.
It's been one of the major political vision within our political family, which is to fight, continue fighting for a two-step solution. A two-state solution, an Israeli state and a Palestinian state, both free, living side by side. That's the solution.
Then the solution is secularism and equal human rights,
for
no matter
international
what the
and the
political
rules that
division
keep
ends up being.
international order in peace. Iran is the latest example, destabilizing world regions, communities, and economic allies. These conflicts are not distant. They affect all of us. They drive up energy prices. They disrupt supply chains. They deepen global insecurity. This is why our response must be clear and united. We defend international law. We defend diplomacy. We defend peace. Not because we are naive, but because we understand that rules are the only protection the weak have against the strong. And because history has taught us that multilateralism and international law are a necessity. So when movements like MAGA and Trump claim to defend working people while undermining the very rules that protect them, The far right and parts of the traditional rights turn their back on international law. We must be clear in our response. The past does not lead to security, it leads to instability, it does not protect citizens, it makes them vulnerable.
Yes. Such an important, valid point to be bringing
who
up.
will suffer the consequence of this recklessness. It
This
is the ordinary
in
people,
kind of
workers,
context.
families, who will once again pay the highest price in their daily lives. This is why we must stand firm, from international cooperation over confrontation and bullies, from rules over chaos, and for a world where strength is restrained by law, not dictated by force. We must speak honestly about the rise of right-wing populism across the world, about this MAGA international.
Yes.
From North America to Europe and beyond, we see a coordinated international reactionary movement gaining strength. A movement
That's why we need a coordinated movement of socialists
undermining the very foundation that protects them, the welfare state
supporting
and
each other.
democracy. A movement that reduces complex challenges to dangerous, simple answers. A movement whose so-called solution does not solve problems, but deepen them or create new ones altogether. We cannot defeat this movement by overlooking them or by despising them. We cannot defeat them with nostalgia. We defeat it by offering something stronger, hope for a better future. We defeat them by offering a tangible future, with tangible solution, with creativity and innovation. It is hope, yes, it is hope in action. Because the truth is this, people are turning to populism out of frustration with rising inequalities, precarious work, and a lack of economic dignity. Our task is to address this frustration. It means putting labor rights back at the center of our politics, ensuring good wage and quality jobs for all workers, strong collective bargaining, securing jobs in a changing economy. It means rebuilding the promise that hard work is rewarded with a decent life. It also means tackling inequality. We live in a world where wealth is increasingly concentrated, while millions are struggling to make ends meet. We are facing an affordability crisis in housing, in health, in food. As progressive, we cannot accept this. A fair economy is not a weakness, it's the foundation of long-term prosperity, because how we achieve equality lies on political choices. Choices that for far too long have favored capital over labor, speculation over production, and the wealthy over everyone else. For us, it is a matter of social justice, a social justice that means ensuring quality jobs, guaranteeing affordable, accessible healthcare for all. It means building a society where every person, regardless of their background or identity, is equal right. Je voudrais aussi dire une mention par rapport au logement.
There's a lodging crisis in Europe. This is our political family that has put the housing question at the very heart of the European debate. Ce qui m'amène à une pierre d'assise de la justice fondamentale. La justice fiscale, c'est une question de démocratie. Quand les personnes les plus riches et la plus grande des entreprises.
I hate when they leave the translations on.
Il y a quelque chose qui va pas.
And it's like, you know.
C'est ça qui alimente la colère des populistes. Et les populistes exploitent la colère des gens. Nous voulons ravoir notre richesse, nous voulons taxer et imposer aux riches afin de leur faire payer la juste part. Mes amis,
attending to our citizen frustration also means investing in the future, today, in renewable energy, in innovation, in a just transition that creates jobs rather than destroy them. Let us say it clearly. Climate denial is not a neutral position.
No.
It is often deliberate political choice that put our economies, our security, and future generation at risk. This is an irresponsible position of Donald Trump
Yep.
and his friend and conservative movement is North America and Europe. This is not about protecting jobs. It's about protecting outdated interests and the profit of the wealthiest. And here again, it is the most vulnerable that in the long term will suffer the most. As far as progressive, it is an existential issue, and therefore we will not go backwards. We will not trade our future for political convenience. Competitiveness and sustainability are not opposite, they go hand in hand.
Yes.
We believe
Only together
that the
through
economies
that
that
kind
lead
of
in clean
combination
technologies and decarbonization
are we going to
today
be able to
will
actually
be the
move
one that
forward.
lead global economy. And this front, yes, I'm convinced that Canada and Europe can be the front runners and set examples. Friends, in this moment of global uncertainty, cooperation between democracies is more important than ever. The partnership between Canada and Europe is about values. Together, we can show that value-based international cooperation still works, that it's still important. En Europe, nous défendons le concept de l'autonomie stratégique. L'autonomie stratégique européenne veut dire que l'Europe ne sera plus tributaire de certains par rapport à la chaîne d'approvisionnement, que ne seront plus tributaires des menaces et des pressions tarifaires de certains. C'est quelque chose que nous devons achever ensemble, Européens et Canadiens, pour la liberté de nos nations et pour le développement économique de nos pays. Progressives, we must meet this moment united. The reactionary right is already organizing globally. Despite their difference, they share strategies, they amplify each other, they coordinate their attack on democracy. Even more reasons for progressives to stand together, to reclaim our place as the historic, original internationalist movement.
Yes.
This is
Exactly,
why
a movement for socialism
we,
to
as the
bring
Party
about
of European
real
Socialists,
systemic
together with
change.
Socialist
Yes,
International,
exactly.
together with Progressive Alliance, we will organize the first ever global progressive mobilization in Barcelona in 3 weeks on the 17th and 18th of April.
Yes.
There, progressive from across the world will come together to act against an international reactionary movement. It will be hosted by
Sounds
Spanish
perfect to
Prime
me.
Minister Pedro Sanchez. It will also welcome Brazilian President Lula da Silva. We will welcome ANC leader from South Africa, Ramaphosa, President of Ghana, President of Colombia, President of Uruguay, and many, many, many others.
Yes.
We
Exactly.
are
We need a
mobilizing for the
socialist
society of
movement for
tomorrow,
the future.
for our youth who is facing immense challenges. Je veux aussi adresser un mot aux jeunes du NPD, les féliciter pour leur présence aussi nombreuse à cette convention aujourd'hui.
Youth who are present here today in great numbers.
They have the right to affordable housing. They have the right to democracy, to participation, and to representation. Our movement is always the movement defending young people, and it will mean theirs. The mobilization is also for them. It is in this spirit that I invite you, New Democratic Party, to attend the Global Progressive Mobilization in Barcelona, and that I invite you, new leader, that I congratulate, Avi Lewis. Please come to Barcelona, join us together.
I hope Avi goes. It's important to be building a socialist internationalist movement to combat the far right rise that's
There is
going
no
on.
alternative. No, we built a future for hope for everyone, a progressive way to confront the challenges of our time, a way to defend democracy, advance social justice, and build a fairer future. To make this possible, we are bringing political parties, trade unions, and I see that they are very present today. I want to congratulate them. ITUC, the International Trade Union Confederation, will be there. Civil society, foundation, academic, like Gabriel Zuckman, Stiglitz, Mazzucato, they will also be present.
This is going to
This
be a
mobilization
phenomenal
is
event
not
by the
about one
sounds of
country
it.
or one continent. It's about building a global movement, rooted in solidarity, equality, and democratic principle. It's about making progressive solutions visible, credible, and strong again. To conclude, dear friends, yes, the world is changing fast. Yes, we are living through a critical moment, but no, it's not a moment of helplessness. It's a moment of choice, and we are the choice.
Fight back. We're
Because
going
the
to
real
fight
question
back.
is what kind of world we are willing to build. Do we accept a future shaped by fear, division, and equality? Or do we fight for one grounded on dignity, solidarity, and shared prosperity? Progressive has answered to the question.
Yes.
We dreamed about the welfare state, we delivered. We fought for workers' rights, and we delivered. We envisioned a future where prosperity was shared, and we delivered. Now, all these key achievements are at risk. Therefore, we must forward together, across border, across movement, across generation, to repair what has been broken and to shape what can be improving citizens' life. The future, that better society we want to achieve is something we must build together. To conclude, I would like to make a mix between two quotes. One quote that you, I'm sure, know from Tommy Douglas, NPD leaders, who said once, "Courage, my friend, it's not too late to build a better world."
Yeah. We're going to build a better world, and we're going to fucking drag the rest of you
a
into
quote
it.
from Poul Nyrup Rasmussen. Poul Nyrup was the Prime Minister of Denmark, President of the Party of European Socialists. I worked with them for many, many years. Paul used to say always, if you don't fight, you don't count. If you don't fight, you don't count. So let's fight together for a better Canada and a better world together. Thank you.
Absolutely. That was a really well done speech. That was a very well done speech.
Welcome back, friends. I'll leave a moment for those of you with other duties to attend to see to them. We'll keep the hall quiet. I'll remind you it's not too late. I see points at the microphone. We will hear from them. Mais au titre de rappel, notre politique d'harcèlement.
Our harassment policy is still in force. Don't forget our collective goal to build a Canadian government.
I'm going to run to the bathroom quickly,
It's
and I'll
been
be
a
right
long
back.
Convention, you're doing admirably. We've got this one more block to get through. I see equity speakers at the microphone with cards. I'm going to start with microphone 1, and then we'll do microphone 3. Microphone 1, please.
Merci. This is the second today about this matter and the fourth time at this convention. When it was being spoken in English, someone made a decision to not put it up there and wrote, "This is being said in English." That's fine if you don't have a hearing problem, but when you do, it needs to be there. And this is the second time I've had to make that comment today, and it's been, you know, I've had to make that comment just about every day. So please make sure that it's up on the screen for us who are having difficulty following, whether en anglais or en français, s'il vous plaît.
Very important point of privilege. Thank you. Microphone 3.
Yes, Virginia Burton, Burlington, also the coordinator of the Ontario Disability Committee. It's a point of personal privilege, and it's a little bit involved, but I would like to do it, please. It's really important. It's with regards to disabilities in this convention. I would like anyone in this room that has a disability or is a caregiver for someone with a disability to just put their hand up, plus all these people behind me. This issue is really important. We have found that through this convention, we have been marginalized and couldn't fully participate. Issues with elevators that wouldn't go to the third floor, accessible meetings that are not sensitive to accessibility needs and requirements. We are not in the same boat as our regular people that come to convention. We require more time, more things to do, and those weren't there. We also had a discussion with regards to hybrid meetings and have been told that it's like two years to put a motion in, 2 years to get it passed. 27% of people are with disabilities, and they have to be represented at this party. They're not represented anywhere else. We need to make sure that they have accessibility and that we are doing what we need to do to make them feel part of this convention. I'm very fortunate, and we had a good meeting. I have the new chairperson, Melissa Graham, one of the new chair people, and we want to strive to make that part of our party grow, but we need to have the convention be sensitive to us. We do have different requirements. And now I'm going to pass it to my friend Caroline, and she has more.
Hi there. My name is Caroline Avery, and I am a delegate and a member of the executive of Davenport EDA in Toronto. This is my first NDP convention. I'm rising, thank you. I'm rising on a point of privilege. Je suis désolée.
I'm sorry, I cannot speak French very well, and there are many people here.
In English. I am a proud union member of OPSSU. We are support staff for 210,000 unionized workers in Ontario. OPSSU is an affiliate of the CLC, the OFL, and the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. And I am a person who lives with a mostly invisible disability. I came to this convention knowing that I would not be able to fully participate because of my disability, but then I was further excluded because of NDP processes and procedures. Every day when I go into work, my job is to support unionized workers so they know their union has their back. Where were the union leaders when 150 people living with disability were excluded from the CLC reception last night because of scheduling? Did you speak up? Did you have our backs? Because we did not hear you. I am asking that the party work with our people living with disability leadership, Melissa Graham, and she's an OPSU member, and I'm getting, Janet Folk Dawson. Please review your processes and procedures through an equity lens and ensure that all equity-deserving members of the NDP have the opportunity to participate in NDP events to the best of their ability so that none of us get left behind or feel invisible. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm someone that lives with a mostly invisible disability.
Thank you, delegates. These are very important interventions.
I care a lot
demands
about that.
Each of us have not just an equality of opportunity, but an equality of outcome. And I want to thank your caucus particularly for your patience with our movement while we struggle to get it right. You should not have to try so hard.
Yes.
I will remind delegates that this morning we expanded the rules for the equity cards to members of the equity-seeking groups. I'm going to go to microphone 2, and then we'll come to microphone 1, and then we'll come to microphone 4. And if you feel like it, we could talk about a resolution. Microphone 2.
Hi, my name is Rudy Turtle. I'm the former chief of Grassy Narrows First Nation. I'm also the leader of Land Defense Alliance, Kanatamatamon it's called. And I just want to say that last week, my First Nation was here in Winnipeg to protest against the development of a nuclear depository near our traditional grounds. we are clearly opposed to it, and other First Nations are also opposed to it. Eagle
One
Lake
of the
First
things that's
Nation,
happening right now is
Black
this
Soul
is going to
First
be the
Nation,
last
Ball Bay,
opportunity
Fort William First Nation, and there are citizens
where
from
delegates are
Dragon
going to be
and
able to
Thunder
get up
Bay
to the
who are
mic and
also
make these
opposed to it.
kinds of
I
points.
just want to share that with you.
So
Thank you, Delegate.
that's
I'll invite
what's
you to
going
save
on right now
remarks,
is there's going to be a
until the resolution
number.
when we talk about nuclear power.
All right, but also I want to invite you to, we are going to be in Toronto tomorrow at 9:30, our First Nation, and we invite people to come and visit us. And also, if I may, I want to speak my language since everybody else is speaking their language.
Please.
Inuit kandimanat simen we kashtikot epitot kapchibunun kabitot nakiminan kandimanat simen ikenukskianint anishnabe kandimanat sinon kishtikot goinok kako epitot pichibun oske kash manituta kumoink isken dikit kanto mikon chibishayek kekino et Toronto version katek chibi wichiga butang ekwe kanotmanki ekwe pakitmanki kawine kitwank washmewe kego chichige premier ford how me gwech.
Microphone 1.
I also rise on a point of privilege, and for the sake of resolutions, I'll make it brief. The specific most recent problem is that during the previous speaker from the Socialist International, the English language caption simply said, speaking French, translation unavailable. This convention has just not been good enough on this front, folks. So I have a request. In British Columbia, we formed a subcommittee of people who have disabilities and who've been delegates to provincial convention to review that convention, to identify the problems and to come up with recommendations for the future. None of us want to come here 2 years later and experience the same because there's been no system in place to deal with them. So it's a request to every federal executive member here, new leader, whoever, please find a systematic, ongoing way to address accessibility at convention that meets best practices and high standards. Thank you.
Microphone 2 on a point.
Hi, my name is Emily Pickstock, a delegate from Bay of Quinte, pronouns she, her. Bay of Quinte is situated on the territory of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat people. I want to echo the sentiments from the other persons living with disabilities.
This is really
Something
disappointing.
that was missing in
This is really disappointing to have the NDP have their
one of the last
people with
resolutions was a
disabilities feel the
specific
need to do
distinction,
this.
for our youth living with disabilities and taking that into
As
consideration
a new
when we talk
Democrat
about the care
with
sector and when we
disabilities,
talk
it's
about
really
childcare.
sad
The NDP needs to make a commitment to
that this is the state of the party in
specialized
this
education,
convention.
childcare, and childcare for children with medically complex needs. And taking into consideration the distinct and unique needs of youth with disabilities, their caregivers, their parents, and the people who work in the care sectors with them. And I hope that we can all, at the next convention, bring that into our resolutions. And those of us here who are MPs and MPPs, I hope we can do more in the House, especially
Thank you.
reinstating Jordan's principal funding for our Indigenous students.
I think the Federal Council can look forward to some resolutions about this. I see a point on microphone 3. Friends, I do think you would like to see some resolutions. Let's hear from microphone 3.
Hi, Sam Hirsch, Ottawa Center. I just want to know about the schedule of convention, when this block is scheduled to end, when it'll actually end, and when convention will end, and what's going to happen to the tribute for Ed Broadbent if we go over.
I can tell you what I know, which is that there's 48 minutes on the clock in front of me, and then I leave and we do the video of Broadbent. I don't know anything more than that. Microphone 4, are you on a point? Let's get a mic open on microphone 4, please.
I am. John Wonderlick, he, him, Toronto Danforth, although I identify as a machinist who finished my apprenticeship not so very far from here in Transcona Shops. This point has been building over the course of this convention, and I would like to paraphrase Audre Lorde. You cannot destroy the digital master's house with the digital master's tools. And I find it extraordinarily disturbing how the party has drifted into the tools of surveillance capitalism, or what I might now call socialist capitalism. And the crowning glory of, I mean, it's difficult enough in a capitalist system with a capitalist electoral system to fight the fight that we want to fight. It becomes even worse when we use the tools that are based on behavioral data extraction that don't treat people as whole people, but treat them as data to be parsed, targeted, marketed, and disposed of. And the particular episode that put me over the on this was being herded and like cattle in a chute so that I could be scanned, right? So who knows what, who knows where, this data is being accumulated, aggregated, treating me as a data point, not as a human being. I see Nation Builder has a booth in the back, a US corporation based on data extraction with private enterprise. I find this offensive and absolutely the wrong road for the NDP to go
yes,
down.
100%,
You need to
I
treat
agree.
us as people, not as data points. You need to treat us as whole people and engage with us on the street, as we've always done, face to face, person to person, without having to abstract, digitize, or otherwise digitally mutilate our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Friends, I'm going to ask further feedback about the convention to be directed to your elected representatives at the Federal Council. You've just elected people to hear your views. That's part of their job. That is the governing body of the party between conventions. This is the only place we can pass big resolutions. I'm going to recognize the delegate on microphone 3 on what I think is a point.
Privilege.
Point of privilege. Go ahead.
My name is Ben McGilly. I'm from Sedona, St. Paul, and I'm also disabled too. And I just want to say how the schedule was a little bit cramped together. I know that, but it would be nice to hold, preferably next convention, because I'm not sure if I'm able to make it in person, to have it somehow hybrid.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion that
That's
we look
feedback
into that next
that
time.
you should pass on to the Federal Council, who in the next couple of years, I'm sure will be planning our next convention. You have elected co-chairs from your committees. You have regional representatives.
Okay,
we can
thank
make
you.
a better plan collectively to do better.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody want some resolutions now? Yes? Committee?
Thank you, Chairperson. 020117, defending the North Coast tanker ban.
There's a point of information at microphone 2.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Science Abanason.
What information do you seek?
I'm seeking information on what happened to a resolution that my riding and 5 other ridings adopted. It's a resolution called Affordable Power, Creating Jobs and Energy Sovereignty.
If it's not in the book, what happened was that delegates were given an opportunity to vote democratically on prioritizing resolutions.
That's right.
And if yours was not in the book, it was ranked lower than 10.
No, so my question is that when delegates were invited to vote online in the online voting system, it did not appear in the list of resolutions.
Because I don't know. The committee has a point? Might have an answer?
Hi there. Did you ever receive an email from resolutions.ndp.ca?
No, none of the 6 ridings that adopted the resolution received any information that is out of order.
Okay.
In fact, even though on the first day of online voting, none of us could find it,
Delegate, I'm going to
We will connect after this. But in the future, just so everybody on the floor knows clearly what to do in a situation like that, you should email resolutions.ndp.ca immediately if you see an inconsistency. And we'll be happy to take it before convention. So we'll connect after.
Okay.
Thank you.
And apologies to you and the 6 other organizations that didn't get your resolution here. Was microphone 4 a point? Okay, perhaps on the resolution? Okay, let's a point on 2.
Yes, hi, my name is Samantha Green from Toronto Centre. I would like to move a motion that the resolution that was not included in the package for prioritization actually be reprioritized.
I would love to help you, delegate, but that is so out of order for the question of notice alone. The delegates who've sent here got instructions from their constituencies on what they would be considering. There was an error I cannot fix now by superseding the rules of how everyone else got their issues to the floor. Just like the emergency resolution, I would love to be able to, but we cannot.
I mean, before the introduction of online voting, it was a practice of the NDP at conventions to allow delegates to move.
I have just said no, and I'm sorry. Did we read the resolution?
Continue, thank you. 0201-17, defending the North Coast tanker ban. Be it resolved, we're excited, okay. Be it resolved that the NDP stand with coastal First Nations and vigorously oppose any efforts to weaken, overturn, or temporarily suspend the tanker ban along British Columbia's coast.
Yes.
Delegate on microphone 4.
Well, thank you. Hello, New Democrats. I'm Lisa Marie Barron, the former member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And I'm incredibly proud to be able to speak to this resolution that was put forward by the incredible Nanaimo Ladysmith Electoral District Association, as well as our friends at the Skeena Bulkley Valley, EDA, including Sarah Zimmerman, who I hope also gets the opportunity to speak to this incredibly important resolution. For those who live on the coast, this resolution is about the waters we grew up beside, the communities we love, and the responsibility we carry to protect them for future generations. We know what's at stake. A single tanker spill would have devastating consequences on marine ecosystems, coastal communities, and on the cultures, identities, and food sovereignty of First Nations who have stewarded these waters since time immemorial. That's why the tanker ban exists, and that's why it must be defended. Yes. Yet, we are seeing the Liberals rolling back environmental commitments and opening the door to projects that put our oceans at risk. And the Conservatives, we know they will always prioritize corporate profits over the environment. It is shameful. We are in a climate crisis. New Democrats must stand firm and make it clear that we will not allow our hard-won protections to be weakened. Please, to all members, please support this resolution to make clear that New Democrats stand with coastal communities, stand with First Nations, and stand with a future where our oceans are protected. Thank you, et merci.
Yes.
Microphone 3.
Len Zafman, Environmental Representative for Guelph EDA. Thank you. So I would like to speak for this resolution, but I am speaking against it. Let me start off by saying the ban is necessary for many reasons. The coastal nations in whose territories this lies are resolutely against it. They urge the federal government to stand firm in its commitment to uphold the tanker ban.
So why are you speaking against
the
it?
North Coast is not an item for negotiation. It is a national responsibility, and it is a quantifiable investment in Canada's treasured marine environment.
Delegate, I'm going to ask you to get to the part that you oppose, please.
Okay, so let me finish by saying they choose to protect their economy and their coast. Why vote against it? Well, the problem with it lies
in the text of the resolution itself. There's a ministerial exemption. The minister may order, exempt an identified oil tanker from the application of any of these subsections on any terms for any period that he or she considers appropriate, if he or she is of the opinion that the exemption is essential for the purpose of community, industrial resupply, or otherwise.
Okay, so he's
public
saying it doesn't
interest.
go far enough.
What that essentially
That
means
the tanker ban
is
doesn't go far enough.
today, I get an under-the-table payment, or I'm honest, and I firmly believe this, but the Indigenous people on the coast are still against it. I can override their wishes. This basically means that if you vote in favor of this, you are basically saying that the minister, on a whim, or for some reason that they're convinced is valid, has the absolute sole and unchallengeable authority to change that. So if you vote for this ban, that means you're saying this legislation stands as is. And if you allow it to stand as is, then you're allowing the minister in a Carney government that has shown Indigenous objections be damned.
Yeah, this isn't a terrible point.
environmental objections be
I think
damned,
that overall the
whatever,
resolution is specifically
they will
talking
go
about the
ahead and
ban
do
on
it.
principle, not
So I'm
necessarily
asking
the
you to vote
exact
against
text of the
this
legislation.
motion to prevent
But I understand the
minister
point
from
he's making.
single-handedly overriding the objections of the environment, Indigenous people, and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Microphone 1, please.
Merci beaucoup, Amasa.
Thank you very much. I'm Sarah Zimmerman. Sorry, my pronouns are her, and I'm from the Skinawakli Valley riding.
And I'm the president of the Skeena Bulkley Valley EDA in Northwestern BC, one of the authors of this resolution with our friends at Nanaimo Ladysmith. Ours is a riding about the size of Greenland, so we represent a lot of communities, including more than 20 First Nations. We are so grateful to be hosted here on Treaty 1 territory, the homeland of the Red River Métis, the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Dakota peoples. If you haven't been to Northwestern BC, let me paint a picture for you. The Pacific waters along the coast are beautiful. They're stunning, but they're powerful, they're fast changing, and they are unforgiving. Tides can rise and fall by up to 7 meters. Rough seas on a shallow passage with rocky outcroppings make navigation especially dangerous and treacherous. A crude oil spill in these waters would mean generations of lost livelihoods and irreversible ecological damage. And that's why in 2019, thanks to the grassroots efforts of many of the people in this room and across the country, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act put forward by the NDP was passed in the House of Commons. This act ensures that oil products travel further away from the coast and away from the Indigenous communities that have stewarded these lands for thousands and thousands of years. Yet liberal and conservative governments have been trying to force an oil pipeline through BC to the Northwest coast for decades. While this moratorium was codified in 2019, it reflects more than 50 years of advocacy and hard work to promote a conservation economy on the West Coast. This effort was championed by NDP activists like my EDA's Vice President and past President Pat Moss, a dedicated New Democrat and a force of nature who worked tirelessly to protect our coast. Pat passed away 3 weeks ago. So my colleagues and I are here channeling her passion, her force of nature, and her fierce spirit, because it was people like her who put the work in to protect our coast. So friends, today, our hard work is under threat by the MOU that was signed by Mark Carney and Danielle Smith.
Yes, it is. It's a
This threatens
disgusting
our hard
document
work,
that never
and we
should
can't
have
fall
been
prey to the conservative
written.
and liberals' attempts to divide us on pipeline politics. Today, we selected a new leader, and regardless of which names you ranked on your ballot, I remind you that by working together in the past, New Democrats inspired people across party lines to unite in support of a multi-billion-dollar conservation economy that sustains livelihoods in fisheries, tourism, stewardship, and more.
It's
proving
so
that we can
true.
find
And
ways to
Avi
support
Lewis, I think,
economic
is a leader that will
Delegate.
carry that message through.
Delegates on microphones 3 and 2, are you waving equity cards at me? Then we'll go to microphone 2.
Hello, I have a quick parliamentary inquiry for the chair. I would like to suspend the rules of order to amend this resolution from the floor. I understand this is not our process. However, there is a very urgent matter that affects my riding of Burnaby North Seymour. I do support this resolution.
I'm going to give you some news.
Yes.
Which is that we're going to watch a video about Ed Broadbent in a minute. There is a block for resolutions that have been referred, and the resolutions committee, who we're going to clap for because they have spent literally hundreds of hours working on these things, are going to meet then.
Okay.
Which means there's an opportunity for referred motions to come back to you. The ordinary process is available, and so I'm not going to allow you to do it from the floor.
So
but
it would go to the...
I would invite a referral with instructions.
Okay.
Right now.
Sounds good. Okay. Yeah. All right. I will go quickly because I've used a minute already. So yes, referral with instructions. So I am from Burnaby North Seymour. Waiting till 2026 on this amendment will doom us.
I can't allow you to motivate
Okay,
on
should I
your
just
referral.
read the motion?
You should say I
The
move
instructions,
referral
yes.
to committee with instructions
The
to.
instructions would be to add clauses identical or similar to be it further resolved that the NDP advocate for the development of a South Coast protection framework, which shall include an ambitious plan to phase out crude oil tanker traffic through the Salish Sea while ensuring a just transition and economic security for affected workers. And be it finally resolved that pending the development of this framework, the NDP demand an immediate halt to the dredging of the Burrard Inlet and oppose the increase of Supermax crude oil traffic through these waters.
I'm sorry, Delegate, I cannot allow those instructions in that referral. It expands the resolution significantly beyond the call, which is to oppose efforts to weaken, overturn, or temporarily suspend the tanker ban. It is open to you to write a resolution which it feels like people would welcome, and we can meet back here in 2 years.
The dredging happening in 6 weeks, or the early 2026. Hence the emergency attempt on my part. I believe it is in the spirit and
The
shape
House
of the
will
original
decide
motion.
now.
Sure.
If this, would you like to make this referral with those instructions? Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed?
It's important to consider that a number of resolutions have already
Thank
been
you,
referred.
Down. It's difficult
And
to see. As you are able, those in favor, please rise.
what happens
If you cannot
is
stand, wave
they'll
your
get
card and
through a
I'll-
few of the
those lights
ones
come
that
up a
have
little
been
bit.
referred back to the committee, but they're not going to get back to every single one.
Thank
So there
you,
are
Down.
going this might mean that this resolution then doesn't get passed by convention. And so that's always the balance
Feels
you're having to
me
weigh
like
at
the
these
resolution
things.
to refer is defeated, which
When
means we'll continue debate
you're
on the
voting
resolution as it
on
stands.
a referral request.
Microphone 4.
Hello, my name is Laurel Collins. I'm the former MP for Victoria. And I was born on the North Coast, and for 50 years, people have fought to protect the North Coast from a crude oil spill. They have fought to protect our coastal ecosystems, livelihoods, the fundamental rights of coastal First Nations. They have fought to protect the land and water for future generations, and we cannot stop now.
Yes.
And the Liberals want to tear up the tanker ban to appease Danielle Smith. You know, it is without the support of coastal First Nations, it's without the support of British Columbia, and it's in the middle of a climate crisis. We will not let this happen. And who benefits? Because it is not the fishers, it's not the workers on the North Coast, it is not the communities, it's the oil companies.
Yes.
And it is them.
And that's who Mark Carney cares about,
And
is
it's
the
us
companies,
who
not the
take
people.
on all of the risk. And so these are some of the most treacherous waters in the world. We know what a spill would do. We saw Exxon Valdez, and it took decades for the coastal communities, the livelihoods, the ecosystems to recover. Nathan E. Stewart, a relatively small spill in the Helsik waters. These were irreversible changes to the harvesting grounds. A crude oil tanker spill on the North Coast, that is not a setback. That is an irreversible, permanent
that is a
catastrophe.
disgusting
For the whales,
thing
for the
that cannot
salmon,
be allowed
for
to
the
happen.
food, for the culture, for everything that makes this place sacred. And so, if Mark Carney thinks that he can push through this pipeline and hand our coast to Daniel Smith on a platter, he has underestimated the people of the North Coast. He's underestimated British Columbians. He's underestimated coastal First Nations, and he has underestimated New Democrats.
Yes.
And I just want to quickly end with some words from Guy Johnson of the UFAWU. And these are words I think that we need to hold close as we rebuild our party. He said, when we work together, when our collective interests outweigh our differences, that is when we achieve real results. When labor, First Nations, environmental groups, and communities come together for the common good, that's something to be proud of, and that's how we defend our coast.
Interesting, David. I couldn't really tell from our vantage point, and it's always hard to know
Thank you, Chair.
what it looks like in the actual hall versus the cameras. But if you say that, then certainly that's something that maybe we should be looked
before
into.
that, the newspaper
But somebody in the room would have to
I'm
make
also
that an
Secretary
issue in
of
order
the
for that
Congress
to
of
happen.
Union Retirees in Toronto York Peel Area Council. And friends, it kills me to stand up in opposition to this resolution. And I do so only because I feel it doesn't go far enough. In the spirit of the
NDP, it doesn't go far
wanted
enough.
To see more added to it. What I would like to see is a commitment to increased enforcement and protection of this coastline by the Coast Guard, and a serious commitment to have that done. Because as we know, in the case of the Exxon Valdez, as it was pronounced at the time, I was there. In the case of the Exxon Valdez, it was actually, it was an accident where the captain had fallen asleep at the wheel, well, not at the wheel, but at his post. And we really need to not only protect that coastland from accidents, but also from people who deliberately try to sneak around. And let's not face it, I mean, some of these corporate oil companies are not above that. If they wanted to speed up the delivery of oil in a situation like this, where the Gulf of Hormuz is blocked. So my feeling is that the resolution really needs more teeth. It needs a requirement for serious enforcement and indeed protection of these vessels from accidents, and enforcement to ensure that they don't try to sneak through.
David, and I don't disagree with your statement
but I do hope
that. I also just
if this resolution should pass,
think that the
policy committee will think about.
There's desire in the room oftentimes, and I'm not in the room. for these
going for
things
the
to
increased
be heard one way or the other and
protection
not
that could be
delayed. That's
afforded
not necessarily my
by a
opinion.
commitment to demanding
But I just know from experience
much
in rooms
fuller,
like these that that's often
protection,
where the decisions
and
around votes
enforcement
come
of the
from.
ban, let's
But
say,
I think
enforcement
that
of the ban.
certainly
Thank you
there should be room
that.
for reconsideration
Delegate.
if the vote wasn't fair.
Microphone one.
And
My name is Sam Hamilton. My pronouns are she, her, and elle. I represent the riding of Spadina Harbourfront and the Ontario NDP's Toronto Area Council.
yeah, no, this convention
which I
has
organized
definitely
belongs to the
seemed
Mississaugas
to
of the Credit,
have some issues
Anishinaabe,
that need to be
the
addressed.
Chippewa,
So I think that
the
that's something
Haudenosaunee,
that
and the
that
Wendat
needs to be looked at. The
peoples, and is
NDP
covered by
has
Treaty
never
13.
been great at putting on issue-free
But I
conventions.
grew up in Terrace, British Columbia.
So it's important
On the
that
stolen
those kinds
land
of
the
issues
Tsimshian
are raised
peoples,
when they exist. I'm not at
specifically
all
the Kitsim
disputing
Kalem and
that.
Kitsalis First Nations, and about an hour's drive from the coast that Bill C-48 the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act protects. My home will always be Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I want to mention someone who isn't here with us today. Former MP for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, Taylor Backrack, who played a huge part in not only fighting for and defending this ban, but who fought so hard to ensure Skeena-Bulkley Valley was represented by someone whose environmental convictions were inspirational. For me, this isn't abstract, it's personal. It's the rivers I grew up around, it's the smell of the ocean air, it's the communities that raised me, and the understanding deeply rooted and passed down that what happens to this land, any land in Canada, happens to
I'm going to try
all of
refreshing.
us. This fight began on the ground 50 years ago, led by that one oil spill could devastate all of it. So they organized, they resisted, they built alliances across communities and across generations. And in 2019, after decades of work, they won. The Oil Tanker Moratorium Act became law, a hard-fought recognition that some places are simply too important to risk. But today, that victory is not as secure as it should be. Since then, and now more than ever, the tanker ban is at risk. We are seeing renewed pressure to open these waters to oil tanker traffic and to treat this region as a corridor for extraction rather than a living, breathing ecosystem. New Democrats, we cannot let that happen. Because this just isn't about one region in British Columbia, it's about what kind of country we want to be. Do we honor the leadership of First Nations who have protected these lands and waters since time immemorial?
Thank you, Delegate. Friends, the elves in my ear are telling me that we have more content left to go than the hard stop of our convention. And so I'm going to move to the vote on this resolution, which is Resolution 2117, Defending the North Coast Tanker Ban. Is this a point that will interfere with the vote, Delegate on microphone 3? Let's get audio on mic 3, please, very briefly.
No, it's a point of privilege.
A point of privilege can interrupt any business if it's really a point of privilege. Let's hear from you, please.
Okay, then yes, rising on a point of personal privilege. Could you please clarify why the delegates at the convention all just received an email that the travel subsidy would be nearly half of what we were expecting? For the Atlantic, it was supposed to be $400.
God.
It's now $188.
Delegate, I'm going to stop you there. I have no information, and that is not interfering with your ability to
Yeah,
vote
David,
on
I
this
totally agree
particular
with the things
resolution.
you're bringing up
I'm
as
sure that
issues,
people
and I
have
don't
heard you
disagree
and
with
can get
any
you
of
that
them.
information. I can't help you because I don't know. I'm going to move to the vote on the tanker ban. Those in favor, please show.
But if that's true, if the travel subsidy has just been
We're in the
halved,
middle of a vote. I can't take your point. I'm sorry.
that needs to
Down,
be
those
dealt with
opposed.
because that's not okay.
The tanker ban resolution carries. Your point of information on 4, what information do you seek?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sabrina Payan-Smith from the Federal Council. I was looking for information on how much time is left in this policy block.
There is no time left in this policy block because there is a tribute to Ed Broadbent and to an MLA. We adopted an agenda that requires that I throw to that now. It would require unanimous consent of the House to depart from the agenda that you adopted.
Which they won't get because
There's a point on microphone 1, and then a point on microphone 2, and a point on microphone 3. If these are efforts to amend the agenda to extend the time, no, thank you.
these
Mic
need to
1.
be heard. Yeah, like this is not okay.
Microphone 1.
If this is an issue to do with this travel
floor mic.
subsidy issue or anything
It's the
else, these
accessible mic,
points
please.
need to be heard.
Joyce Ballas, London Fanshawe. I'd like to please ask this House to thank the chairs for an amazing job. Thank you.
Let's get Sylvia up here to get her claps.
Yeah, this seems to have been
Thank you for the
certainly the
opportunity to
most
serve in this
problematic in
way.
terms
I
of
am
these kinds of
going to cede
issues
the floor to the broadband video.
that I've seen. And of course, they
There's a
take
point
the
on
point.
microphone 2.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Juan Zhang from Saanich Gulf Islands, and I'm the newly elected co-chair of the Racial Justice and Equity Commission. I'm rising on a point of privilege on behalf of a friend of mine who had his membership with our party revoked just days before the convention.
Not
after
a point
arriving in
of
the
privilege that's appropriate at this time.
All right.
We're going to throw to the broadband
Well, that's
video.
not
Thank you,
okay.
delegate. Oh, friends. Microphone
Yeah,
4.
exactly. Like this video is so important. Let's not hear from delegates with
There has
actual
been a group
issues
that
that
has
have
been
happened.
deliberately filibustering this policy block. As a result, we have only made it through a single resolution. Can we please extend the amount of time for this block? Can we?
There's a motion to suspend the rules. This would require unanimous consent, and as I told you at the beginning, the overtime costs for the crew and the hall, I am advised, would be ruinous. Those in favor of suspending the rules to extend debate, please show. Those opposed? I'm sorry, friend, I also would like to stay. To the broadband, microphone 3.
Thank you, Chair. Judy Wassila-Chalise, Winnipeg North, more recently Winnipeg Center.
This is interesting
I wanted to
because
say on a point of privilege that I've been to many, many conventions. I have never witnessed such excellent sharing as you have provided. And my point of privilege is my question of privilege is, can we clone you? Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Let's throw to the broadband video.
yeah, this is, I mean, Ed Broadbent deserves his tribute. I get that. But if these are big issues that are going on, if they have halved the travel subsidy, people rely on that to be able to get to this point, to be able to get to convention. I myself have used it to get to conventions in the past. That's a serious problem. We need to be looking at this moment as an opportunity to be coming together with all factions of the left that need the kind of support and can offer the kind of support, and that we can build a real left coalition with. And I think there are times where the Socialist Caucus needs to check itself in terms of being a more cooperative part of the coalition. And I think there are times where the party establishment, and I think that they need to do it more because they are the ones in charge, they are the establishment, needs to be checked. And I think that overall, party, there needs to be a more willingness to listen to each other and hear from each other and be together. Yeah, and we're gonna see whether Avi Lewis has the courage to do what is necessary to fight against this. And I think that that will be largely determinative as to whether the NDP succeeds going forward or not. Can he grab hold of the party machinery and make it clear that what was done to Jeremy Corbyn in the UK is not going to be done to him? That the NDP elected a socialist leader. The NDP expects a socialist leader. The NDP expects socialism to be the mantra of the party going forward. That doesn't necessarily mean that the Socialist Caucus is empowered specifically. It means that every single ounce of the party needs to go towards fighting for the kind of socialist vision that, whether you're someone that specifically identifies with the Socialist Caucus or not, and I'm a socialist who has great concerns about behavior from the Socialist Caucus in the past and ongoingly, but at the same time recognizes David, I agree with you. I hope that you also agree that there are times where the Socialist Caucus has maybe needed to recognize its own responsibility in some of the divisions. I'm not at all saying that it's 100% on that, but I think that we're at a point where we finally have the opportunity to see this party go in a socialist direction. And my concern is that if vocal members of the Socialist Caucus alienate the mainstream of the party, that we might miss this opportunity to redirect the party towards a socialist future. I think that Avi Lewis has the potential to really bring us to that point. And he needs to work, yes, with the Socialist Caucus. He needs to work with every part of the party to make it clear what the mission is going forward. And he needs to be empowered to do that. It's very clear that we're heading towards a strong NDP, if that is possible. If we're able to harness this moment and harness some of the really good policies that Avi Lewis has put together, and some of his messaging strengths. %. No, I don't. Yes, I think we're on the same page. I think we're on the same page all around in terms of this. The NDP establishment needs to be held accountable. It is an establishment that has failed time and time and time again and does not respect its membership. Yeah, exactly. 100% agree. That would be a vision of the Socialist Caucus that I, as a socialist within the NDP, could join, could enthusiastically support. Is a Socialist Caucus that looks at its mission as building and supporting socialism within the NDP while continuing to support the party without fundamentally trying to attack at every single opportunity. I think that there are times where Avi Lewis is going to need the support of the Socialist Caucus in doing things that might not be the way they would like it to be done, but ultimately are going to drive the socialist messaging forward in the party.
Home of the great UAW Local 222. First few times I was asked to get involved in politics, I politely declined.
Ironically enough, Ed Broadbent is the last socialist leader of the NDP up until
going into politics just wasn't.
I'm not saying he was perfect, but I think he was the last person who really understood a lot of this.
We must ask the question, who is benefiting from the social and economic changes all around us?
Ed Broadbent. He's someone who Canadians know his various titles. Member of Parliament, leader of Canada's NDP, president of Rights and Democracy, founder of the Broadbent Institute. But Canadians also know him for who he was as a person. The working class kid from Oshawa turned academic, the university professor turned politician, and the politician turned into one of our country's leaders.
Ed Broadbent was a giant of the Canadian political scene. And so I viewed him as a major contributor to Canadian unity, to Canadian public policy. And he was an extremely pleasant, delightful guy to know. That's the nature of his contribution. I consider him a great parliamentarian and a major contributor to Canadian progress.
100%, David.
A decade or decades.
We're on the same page.
In Parliament, he was always very civilized. He was never nasty. We had tough differences, but it's like playing hockey. You know, you can go to a hockey game and you can bum a guy in the ramp or be bumped. After the game, you can have a beer together.
At the center of Ed's heart, he was fighting for us ordinary Canadians. He was fighting for the underdogs. He was always fighting for the little guy. And Ed knew that our systems didn't work for everyone. And that's why he fought for, in particular, people who are marginalized, especially women.
It's time that
I met Ed Broadbent at my first NDP convention in Vancouver 2011.
For all the 1.6 million that are unemployed. But most
And I was
specifically, I say
16 years old.
that in addressing ourselves
And I
in
walked up and
along
interrupted a
last departments
conversation
of employment
between
that we
him
keep in mind.
and Brad
clearly
Levine,
keep in
who at
mind.
the time I think
The
was still the
dreams of
national
Canadian
director
women
of the party.
Have a full and equal place
And I
in the
interrupted
scheme
this
of
conversation
things
and
for
started
the dreams
chatting
of
with
Canadian
them
men.
as though I belonged
My
in that
dad always
situation.
said that there were three qualities that distinguish a man
And
above everything else. His devotion
and
to
he
social
looked at
democracy,
me like I
his
was
embrace of equality, and his
somebody
remarkable
worth
altruism.
listening to in that moment.
He cared profoundly with unwavering principle about
And he
issues
was
overlooked
interested
and
in
neglected.
my takes on the
In
issues
that vein,
and
should
my
be
thoughts
recalled
on the
the crowning
party
measure of the
and the
man occurred
convention.
in
And
his final brilliant
we
speech
chatted for about 20
in
minutes. It
November
was really a
1989,
meaningful moment
when
in
he
my
moved a
young life.
motion calling for an end to child poverty in Canada.
And I
He
ran
received a
into him
unanimous vote of
then
support from all
at
parties in the
future
House of Commons.
conventions and
Yes,
always stopped and
unanimous,
chatted.
because
And
the respect that was felt for Ed was overwhelming.
it's
Ed
important
was
to
a
have
force
this
to be reckoned
moment.
with in Canada and beyond. We will deeply feel his loss.
Le Québec avait
I agree.
Quebec had a specific
100%. It's those moments. It's those moments that you never forget. It's those moments that make conventions worth it.
Quebec.
It's those moments that allow the
Once they had
party
400
to
members, they now have
feel
almost 20,000.
real in that way, to get those moments with activists, need to influence
Ladies and gentlemen,
people
the
like
future Prime Minister
Ed,
of Canada,
people like Avi.
Was his work
and
on our
and
country's
those are
constitution.
the important times.
He fought endlessly to promote the economic advancement of our country, and he always had a great sense of humor.
Ed's back. Floating like a butterfly, sting like a bee. It's time for Vote NDP. Fill the conscience of the nation. The NDP train leaving the station.
Ed Broadbent's capacity for compassion was just never ending, whether it was at an individual level or whether it was about our whole country. It is an honor and a deeply personal moment for me to be here today. Ed was not just a mentor, but also a friend.
He spent his whole life fighting for people, fighting for justice, fighting for that fair world. It's hard to believe I'll never have a chance to talk to him again. To hear his advice, to learn from his wisdom. We will miss him.
To be humane, societies must be democratic. And to be democratic, every person must be afforded the economic and social rights necessary for their individual flourishing.
Yeah.
On their own, political and civil freedoms are insufficient in the realization of that goal. I believed in 1968, and I believe today that political democracy is not enough. In the 21st century, the rebuilding of social democracy must be our task. Social democracy alone offers the foundation upon which the lives of people everywhere can be made dignified, just, and exciting.
Yeah, David, it really does. I mean, he was one of the greats. He really was, and he deserves to be remembered that way. And he deserves this moment. He deserves the thanks of our party and of our movement. He really does. It's important.
Fellow delegates, my name is Gordon Landriel, delegate from Churchill, Kuwait-Nakaski. We are here on Treaty 1 territory to pay tribute to a young Aboriginal leader from Treaty 5 territory. Today, I want to pass on my regrets for wearing my hat at the podium, but she would come back and haunt me if I didn't have it on. I did while I paid tribute to her. Amanda Laughlin, tribute. Today we are here on Treaty 1 territory to pay tribute to a trailblazer leader, Treaty 5 territory of Pastor Cree Nation, the first First Nations woman MLA elected to the Manitoba legislature. A proud New Democrat, Amanda Laughlin. We lost her 1 week ago, far too early. Amanda's introduction to political life started at a young age, when her dad became the chief of her home community, and more in depth when her dad got elected as an MLA to the legislature of Manitoba. During her teenage years, she was inducted into the political arena on road trips, late in the evening drives, on weekend breaks, from the sitting, her pops drove back to his home community of OCN, Nepal. As she sat in the back seat, she would often hear her pop speak a message into his pocket recorder that he carried for the 6-hour trip to and from the ledge. Her dad used these drives as a chance to wind down and think on issues and things to work on. He would use this opportunity to answer a concern or frame an answer.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, like, I get your concerns. I do. And conventions are full of concerns, and this one in particular seems really not okay, and like there are real issues that need to be
In her
addressed.
first start in the political field, besides
But I
campaigning for dad's
appreciate
election,
that we're at the
he was
point
a
now where
councillor
you're right.
for her
We
home
really
community
can
of OCN.
have the potential
5
to
years after her dad
bring
passed
about the
away,
kind of socialist
tragically,
vision we want.
Amanda stepped forward and ran in the
And I
by-election
think
and won the
that, yeah, supporting
Shortly
Avi
after
in his
being
work
elected
to
and going through her
redefine what
first
this
session
party
in the legislature, she
is
stated
going to
that
be
she sure
meaningful
preferred
work
the
for
government
us
of
to do
consensus over the
going
party
forward
system,
to ensure we
but she
get
would work
the
within
kind
it
of
and
radical
try to build
change that
consensus on issues.
we now have potential to really
I
put
think she
forward.
was successful in this, as she was able to pass a private member's bill into legislation by lobbying the opposition benches. I'd also like to state that Amanda's aunt and the Grand Chief for MKO has also joined us to show support for the family, and they're out in the audience.
My name is Nikki Ashton, former member of Parliament for Churchill Keewaydin, and I'm the proud friend of Amanda Laplin. Amanda was a proud New Democrat. She fought for what matters: healthcare, roads, housing, good jobs, support for our northern communities that are on the front lines of climate change, a voice for survivors of sexual and domestic violence. Amanda made it clear that while so much wealth is taken from First Nations and the North, so many Indigenous and Northern people live difficult lives. And it shouldn't be like this. She gave her voice for her home, for our home, and made it clear that Indigenous and Northern people deserve fairness, deserve justice.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
In opposition or government, Amanda was a
I'm glad to
tireless
hear that,
advocate
David, and
for
I hope
each
that
and every one
that's
of
the
the
case.
communities that she represented. She didn't hesitate to speak out internally and publicly for her constituents.
And I think it's important that Avi Lewis
our North,
and that the leadership
she was someone
team
that represented
and the party
true
team
spirit
answers
of
those
the
concerns,
NDP.
because
It was an incredible honor.
you know, like I
work
said,
alongside
someone
her,
who lives
to
with
fight
an
alongside her.
invisibility, and
I will
for
miss her
here
greatly.
the issues that
She will be
were
greatly
caused
missed.
for those people at the
And I want to
convention. There
introduce
does
to
need
you
to be accountability.
Amanda Laplin's daughter, Elise Laplin.
My name is Elise Laughlin, and I am the proud daughter of the late Amanda Laughlin. My mom loved us fiercely, and so did we. She also got to meet my baby, her granddaughter, Anicia, who was born last month, and she got to hold before she passed away. Okay, good. My mom leaves a bright legacy, a commitment to justice for First Nations, for the North, and for all of us. I am proud to carry on her memory, and may we all carry on her legacy, her commitment to justice for all. Ekose.
At this time, I'd like this convention to raise in a moment of silence for Amanda. Ekose.
Amis, nous voilà arrivés au terme de cette incroyable semaine.
We've reached the end of this wonderful week. It's been an amazing experience to get to know you, to just learn to know so many of you in the last days. Thank you to all for your participation. Thank you to all the people who've worked hard to write all the resolutions. Thank you for participating to the debates, to the commissions.
A big thank you to you all, a lot of you, taking the time to be here, and everyone who
No,
put their
that
name
makes a lot of
forward to serve
sense,
as
David.
executive, council, leader, all of you.
And yeah, I live
All I
in
want- and I
southwestern
want to extend a
Ontario
huge-
and
sorry, I'm tired a little bit.
would have needed subsidy and
And I want to
disability
extend a
issues and all
huge
of that
thanks,
to be at
a huge
convention
thank
as
you,
well. So I totally
to every
understand
staff and volunteer
the
who made this
seriousness of
convention
those issues.
possible.
I fundamentally think that it's important that those things are raised and
A little
handled
louder. I don't think they could
appropriately.
hear you in the back.
This event would not have been able to run smoothly without the countless hours you put into this. Et je tiens à remercier chaleureusement toutes.
And I just want to warmly thank all the members of staff and the volunteers who made this convention possible. I'm just saying the same thing in French.
So much pride in this room for new Democrats across this country. I am so grateful that we had the opportunity to host you here in Manitoba. It truly is a full circle moment for our movement, and that so much started here in the prairies. So much. The 1919 strike, think of J.S. Woodsworth, Tommy Douglas, Stanley Knowles, all the greats. And of course, the folks that we just paid tribute to. We have so much to do to rebuild and do justice by them. And thank you again to those who made this weekend possible, including the members, each and every single one of you. We have all come together here in Treaty 1 because we believe in the fight for a better Canada. A Canada that works for all, not just the ultra-rich. A Canada that everybody that we just honored this afternoon.
Exactly. It shouldn't be hard to solve these problems. And given the NDP's identity, it shouldn't be.
Everybody.
There shouldn't be resistance. There shouldn't be an unwillingness. To deal with it. And sometimes the institutionality of this party works against us, and that's a problem.
Out on the water, we will be set free, ready to receive. There could be a great...
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Ici Martin Cossette.
I am going to be closing the stream here in a moment or so.
Thank you for being with us on this third and last day of the NDP convention in Winnipeg.
I am going to be closing the stream here in a minute or so. I do have some house and family stuff that I have to get to. But thank you so much for joining me for this weekend, this convention. It's been amazing watching it together with so many of you. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, following, liking the stream. If you haven't already as well, there's a link for my Patreon in the video description. Please consider going and joining there. You can join as a free member or for $5 a month. And there's going to be lots of stuff going forward. Thank you again. We're now in a position where with Avi Lewis as perfect, thanks, David. We're now in a position with Avi Lewis. Yes, that's a good point, actually. Turn on notification bell as well. Don't just subscribe. Make sure you watch out for videos. We're now in the position with Avi Lewis as the new leader of Canada's NDP, where for the first time in decades, actually devout, actually out and proud about it socialist is the leader of the party. And he's talking about bringing about real socialist change. And so we're going to be in a position, hopefully, very soon, where that is what the party is moving towards. That is the messaging, that is the policy direction, and people need to get on board with that. And we all need to be working towards bringing about a real left wing radical solution in Canada. It's incredibly important. It's the work that I'm going to be continuing to do here on this channel. It's the work that we all need to be doing together. Thank you so much for joining for convention again, and stay tuned for more. Have a great day. Bye.